This is i24NEWS Special Edition. I'm Benita Levine in Tel Aviv. 1 year on. It's exactly 1 year since the darkest day in the history of Israel. 1 year since the surprise Hamas terror assault and mass abduction in southern Israel on the 7th of October, in which more than 1,200 people, mostly civilians, were shot, tortured, and butchered at a music festival, in their homes, and at bases on the Jewish festival of Simchat Torah, usually a time of joy. More than 250 people abducted during the rampage. Today, 101 hostages remain in captivity in Gaza, the youngest, baby Kfir Bibas, who was 9 months old at the time of the abduction, the eldest, peace activists in their 80s. It's still not clear how many of the hostages are alive. Today, tragic confirmation, new intelligence showing one of the hostages, 28-year-old photographer Idan Shtivi, was in fact killed on the 7th of October. His body is being held in Gaza. His family have been waiting and hoping for a year. Memorials are being held across the country today to remember those massacred and those killed heroically defending the country. President Isaac Herzog starting the anniversary with a moment of silence at 6:29 a.m. at Kibbutz Re'im, the scene of the Nova Music Festival. Now, during the special edition, we take a look back at that day and we bring you updates on the ground from this day as the war continues, a war started by Hamas 1 year ago. Now, earlier in the day, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu joining the mayor of Jerusalem, Moshe Leon, at the memorial honoring the 87 civilians and soldiers from Jerusalem who have fallen since the 7th of October.
On this day, in this place, and in many places across our land, we remember our fallen, our abducted, whom we are committed to returning, and our heroes who fell in defense of the homeland. We endured a horrific massacre a year ago, and we rose as a people, like lions, a people that rises like a lioness and lifts itself up like a lion.
And now we go live to our correspondent, Nicole Zedek. She joins us from Hayarkon Park in Tel Aviv, in the center of the country. So, Nicole, a year ago, millions of Israelis waking up to rocket siren alerts across the country, 6:29 a.m. to be precise, marking the start of the Hamas terror onslaught. Today, in the late morning, red alert sirens sounding in parts of central Israel, including Tel Aviv, Jaffa, and Holon. What more can you tell us?
It's certainly something that, unfortunately, Israel was prepared for. Hamas once again using October 7th to terrorize the Israeli citizens. And so that is what we saw, but not nearly anything compared to 1 year ago. 5 rockets fired towards central Israel from Khan Yunis, according to the IDF, but it likely would have been many more. However, a preemptive IDF strike inside Gaza targeted some of these rocket launch sites and tunnels and destroyed an attempt that Hamas had to fire another round of rockets around 6:29 this morning. So if it wasn't for this preemptive action from the IDF, we likely would have seen more than 5 rockets. However, still, those 5 rockets were able to cause some damage, specifically in Kfar Chabad and Holon in central Israel. 2 people lightly injured from that barrage. And following that, the IDF did issue some new evacuation orders inside the Gaza Strip. They said that these rockets were fired about 500 meters away from the humanitarian zone inside Gaza. So they're calling on new evacuation orders. Any of the Palestinian civilians inside those areas to heed those orders, head to the evacuation orders, new evacuation zone, so that they can then go after these strikes where the rocket launches were fired from in the early afternoon hours earlier today.
1 year on, and there is still the ability to launch rockets out of Gaza. Nicole, families of some of the hostages will be taking part in an unofficial one-year commemoration with a limited crowd there. That's due to those Homefront Command instructions to prevent large gatherings in light of the Hezbollah threat from southern Lebanon. What more can you tell us on that front?
Originally, they were expecting to see some 40,000 people here, Benita, at i24NEWS Park. They said that the ticket reservations, they were all reserved within hours after they were posted online. But unfortunately, due to the ongoing situation, the threat from Hezbollah, the threat of other rocket attacks, they say that this is not in line with the instruction from the Homefront commands. Right now, still in central Israel, the outdoor gatherings are limited to some 2,000 people. However, I was told by one of the organizers here that this ceremony was extended to actually allow 4,000 people. They're not sure exactly how many people will be in attendance. Clearly, nowhere close to the 40,000 that had wanted to be here. But the organizers are making it clear that still this will be broadcast around the country and around the world. So even though it's mainly just the family members and the press who are at this memorial event here at Park i24NEWS, they encourage everyone to tune in to watch. They say it's going to be a very emotional ceremony, but they say it's important that everyone does tune in so that even though they can't physically be here together, the entire country can still tune in, watch it together, and take in this one-year memorial as a united nation.
A united nation indeed. To think so many hostages still held in captivity in harrowing conditions for exactly a year now. Thank you so much, correspondent Nicole Zedek at i24NEWS Park in Tel Aviv. Now, as Israel marks 1 year since the October 7th Hamas terror onslaught, the IDF has today published new data on its retaliatory operations in the Gaza Strip and the figures from fighting in the West Bank and Lebanon. Aljo Brown takes a closer look.
12 months of fighting, bloodshed and heartbreak. The IDF has released new statistics to mark 1 year of the Israel-Hamas war, focusing on what has happened on all fronts throughout the last year. At 6:30 a.m. on Saturday the 7th of October 2023, the first rockets were fired from Gaza into Israel. So far, around 13,200 missiles have been launched into Israel from Gaza, marginally more than the 12,400 fired from Lebanon. Around 60 have come from Iraq, 180 from the Houthis in Yemen, and 400 from Iran. But the IDF has fought back, and it has fought back hard. In Gaza, approximately 40,300 targets have been struck from the air, over 1,000 rocket launcher sites have been dismantled, and around 4,700 tunnel shafts have been located. Meanwhile, 8 terrorist brigade commanders, 30 battalion commanders, and around 165 terrorist company commanders have also been killed. And in the north, around 4,900 targets have been struck from the air, 6,000 from the ground, and around 800 terrorists have been eliminated. And in the West Bank, 5,000 terrorists have been arrested in counter-terror operations, and around 700 have been killed. But it has come at a price to the IDF. 726 Israeli soldiers have been killed since the start of the war, approximately 400 of which happened on October the 7th. And 4,576 soldiers were injured in combat over the last year, of which 2,731 were mildly injured, 1,149 moderately injured, and 696 severely injured. Right now, 196 soldiers are in hospital. With 1 year since that Black Saturday, the human cost of the war is felt all over Israel.
And breaking news right now, red alert sirens sounding in northern communities of Israel, including in Haifa and in Akko, plus the industrial zone of Akko as well, and Neve Ziv. It looks like a major barrage coming through to northern Israel right now on this day, the anniversary of the Hamas terror onslaught. Hezbollah, of course, has been showing its support for Hamas since the 8th of October, including right now. And now let's take a deeper look at the fighting in the past 12 months, not only in Gaza, but against Hezbollah in Lebanon, as we're discussing right now, and Iranian proxies across the Middle East. Correspondent Robert Swift has more, plus a look at the support Israel has received from some Western and Arab nations. Let's take a look.
It took 3 days for the Israeli military to regain control of the territory around Gaza following the shock of October the 7th. But few had any doubt what would come next.
Citizens of Israel, we are at war. Not an operation or another round of fighting, but war.
As the army began mustering around Gaza, the Air Force unleashed the nation's collective fury. After 2 weeks of preparatory airstrikes, 20 days after Hamas's shock assault, the IDF invaded the Gaza Strip, focusing on its northern cities. Even as it was preparing for this battle, the army rushed troops to the north, fearing attack from Lebanon's Hezbollah, which began firing rockets, missiles and drones into Israel on October the 8th. It was not alone in this show of support. Throughout the month, additional Iranian allied groups joined the war. First, Shiite militias in Iraq and Syria, and then the Houthis in Yemen.
The Yemeni armed forces confirm that this operation is the third in support of our oppressed brothers in Palestine, and that these acts will continue until the Israeli aggression stops.
Overwhelmed by Israeli firepower, Hamas struggled to hold its ground. By mid-November, the IDF captured Al-Shifa Hospital in the heart of Gaza City. 9 days later, Hamas and Israel agreed to a ceasefire, exchanging Israeli hostages for Palestinian prisoners. But the deal was short-lived, just 7 days. With hostilities resumed, the IDF turned its attention to Khan Yunis. While the IDF made progress on the ground, its aggressive stance came at a cost. Troops opened fire on 3 escaped hostages, killing them. In January, the conflict spread further. First, with the assassination of Salah Harouri, Hamas's deputy political leader, in an Israeli airstrike in Beirut. Diplomatic pressure on Israel grew, as South Africa brought a case of genocide against Israel in the International Court of Justice.
Like every country, Israel has an inherent right to defend itself. The vile attempt to deny Israel this fundamental right is blatant discrimination against the Jewish state, and it was justly rejected.
In Yemen, US and allied warplanes began bombing the Houthis in response to repeated attacks against international shipping. And 3 US troops were killed in a drone strike in Jordan, the outcome of repeated attacks by Iraqi and Syrian militias. Washington lost its patience and struck back, curbing the attacks. By March, concern in the international community for the humanitarian situation in Gaza prompted airdrops of food. Concerns first heightened by the Kuwaiti roundabout incident, when people gathering for food aid were shot, killing 20, with Israelis and Palestinians blaming each other for opening fire, and then sharpened further by an Israeli missile strike on a World Central Kitchen aid convoy, which killed 7 on the 1st of April. But this changed 2 weeks later as Israel's allies rallied around it, blunting a massed Iranian launch of missiles and drones, Iran's first direct strike against Israel. In May, with North and Central Gaza conquered, but by no means subdued, the IDF began operating in Rafah, severing Hamas's last links to the outside world as it seized the Philadelphia corridor running alongside the Egyptian border. Tensions with the US spiked again as Israel ignored Washington's reservations about attacking Rafah. But the Biden administration still came out in support of Israel, following the recommendation by the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court to charge Israel's Prime Minister and Defense Minister with war crimes.
The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant bear criminal responsibility for the following international crimes committed on the territory of the State of Palestine from at least the 8th of October 2023.
In June, Israeli public morale was given a much-needed boost when special forces rescued 4 hostages in a daylight raid in Nuzarat. A month later, as the IDF re-entered Khan Yunis to tackle an emerging insurgency there, Benjamin Netanyahu traveled to the US to address Congress. A number of Democrats, including Vice President Kamala Harris, were not present. Political maneuverings which were pushed to the side by a Hezbollah rocket which fell in the Golan Heights city of Majid Shams. Landing in a soccer field, the explosion killed 12 children and teens. Israel vowed a harsh response, and just 4 days later, Hezbollah's military chief and Hamas's political figurehead were killed. Fouad Shakur in an airstrike in Beirut, and Ismail Haniyeh in an explosion in Tehran. Through August, combat in Gaza ground on, and attacks against the north of Israel escalated. The recovery of the bodies of 6 Israeli hostages executed by their captors in the tunnels of Gaza at the end of August sparked renewed protests across Israel.
There are 64 people in the Knesset who are literally ruining the country. They are letting hostages rot in the tunnels of the despicable Hamas, but we have an enemy here within us as well, and they are not doing anything to bring them home.
The Prime Minister, protesters charged, had repeatedly sabotaged ceasefire talks due to personal political considerations, leaving hostages to their fate in Gaza, accusations denied by Netanyahu. Internal Israeli tensions that were put on hold in September as the IDF switched its fire from Hamas to Hezbollah.
The center of gravity is moving northward, and we are near to completing our tasks in the south. Our next mission is to change the security situation and return the northern residents to their homes.
Since the war of 2006, Israel has been preparing for a conflict with Hezbollah. Preparations that seemed to bear fruit as communications devices carried by its members exploded on the 17th and 18th of September. Israel was assumed to be the attacker. An assumption reinforced by a string of Israeli airstrikes in the days that followed, decimating Hezbollah's leadership. An onslaught that culminated September 27th with the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, who had led the group for 32 years. As Israeli troops begin operating once again inside Lebanon, and attacks by Iranian proxies from across the Middle East continue, one is reminded by the warnings made by Israeli generals in the days and weeks after October the 7th. This is going to be a long war.
So for more insights on the security front, it's a pleasure to welcome to studio retired Colonel Dr. Jacques Neria, former Deputy Head of Assessment in the Israeli Military Intelligence and former Foreign Policy Advisor to Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin. Jacques, thank you so much for being here on this day, a difficult day, reflecting, yes, looking back, thinking of that surprise moment, people talking about where they were when those sirens first went off on the 7th of October 1 year ago. Did you think 1 year later the country would be in the security situation it is right now?
Well, I'm surprised we are not earlier. I mean, I was convinced that Hezbollah was about to launch a massive attack on the Galilee, try to conquer parts of the Galilee, and it was only a question of time to see that Hamas was arming itself in order to attack Israel. Now, it's very funny to realize that the three parties made major errors of assessment. Let's begin with Israel. Israel did assess that Hamas and Hezbollah were deterred. And since they were deterred, they could not attack Israel. This was the first mistake. The second mistake was Israel did not assess rightly that Hezbollah would join the war. And it did not join the war on the 7th, which is a charade. Why didn't they join on the 7th? But on the 8th, they created what the axis of resistance around Israel. And this was, again, a surprise. Now, let's look at the other side. Hamas was convinced that Israel will not invade Gaza. They will, at any price, will try to reach a settlement on the hostages, and Israel would not dare go into Gaza because Israel was deterred by a stormy one. It was a stormy one. I mean, the Lebanese, I mean, argued, why did you come to visit us? Well, we are not a country that depends on Iran. So what is the purpose of this visit? And this means that there's definitely a beginning of separation between Iran as a power, local power, and the Lebanese.
Certainly, the Iranian threat still exists, and many questions remain about what might transpire out of Tehran. We'll take a deeper look at that in a short while. Stay with us, Jacques. There's much more to discuss, but right now we go to our correspondent, Zach Anders. He joins us from the site of the Nova Music Festival at Re'im in southern Israel. And Zach, one can only imagine how terrifying it must have been for those celebrating at that music festival exactly a year ago. Those first rocket sirens in the early morning, and then seeing hundreds of terrorists converging on that site. Today, the survivors and families of those killed going back to Re'im. Tell us more.
It's very hard to tell you more, Benita, to be honest. It's a scene that is hard to describe. There is still a lot of emotion here. It's very raw. There's people crying. There's people finding the placards, the pictures of their loved ones, and having a really difficult time coming to terms with the fact that this is a year later at this site. Look at all the people around here, and now imagine a year ago, this same number of people having to run for their lives, unarmed, through the fields, through the tree line, trying to get cover, as where I'm standing, Hamas men were gunning unarmed civilians down in this very location. It's very hard to imagine. More than 360 people killed on this ground at this site, more than 40 taken hostage from this music festival. What is jarring is, as we speak, we can hear outgoing artillery once again targeting locations inside the Gaza Strip and what sounds like an attack helicopter firing from the air. So it's jarring to these people. It's jarring to everyone here to be listening to those sounds of war 1 year on, knowing that this conflict continues to rage, not just in Gaza, but in the north and in the streets of cities around the world, in London and Paris, where we're going to see, and we have seen, marches, counter demonstrations in a way to these moments as Israel is marking October 7th, 1 year later.
Heartbreaking indeed. Correspondent Zach Anders in southern Israel, thank you so much for that update. Meanwhile, October 7th memorials are also taking place in other parts of the globe, including the United States. We go to Washington. Our senior U.S. correspondent, Mike Wagenheim, is at the 6th and I Historic Synagogue in D.C. And Mike, a solemn day here, a difficult day, remembering the worst terror onslaught in Israel in the history of the country and honoring the fallen. What is happening there? What can you tell us?
Right behind me here, the American Jewish Committee holding a national commemoration ceremony with a number of dignitaries. This is mainly a diplomatic ceremony. Diplomats involved, not necessarily politicians. Second gentleman Doug Emhoff did make incredibly brief remarks, only up on stage for just a moment or two, but preceding him was Jonathan Deckelchen, one of the leaders of the Hostage Families Forum. He's the father of Sagi Deckelchen, one of the American Israelis still being held hostage in Gaza. The speech by Jonathan Deckelchen, quite notable. It went on for quite some time, and he, I don't know what other word to use, but castigated Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for his handling of the war, for his handling of Israeli society. We'll have more on that later on, but notable in that one of the hostage family members, while imploring diplomats to remain on Israel's side, absolutely leveling allegation after allegation against Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israeli government. We'll head down the road in a little while to the National Mall, where there'll be a large rally, a pro-Israel rally being led by the Christian organization, the Philos Project, in conjunction with a number of American Jewish and pro-Israeli organizations. That's expected to be one of the larger, if not the largest, commemoration here in Washington today. By the way, a number of American officials releasing statements throughout the morning, including President Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, Ambassador Deborah Lipstadt, the anti-Semitism envoy, Secretary of State Tony Antony Blinken as well, along with the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. They all varied in their tone. They all varied in their specific message. Notable that Joe Biden said that it was Hamas that unleashed the war that's currently taking place. He noted that he was there with Israel on October 7th and shortly thereafter, and remains with them to this very day.
A message Israelis will be very pleased to hear. Senior U.S. correspondent Mike Wagenheim, live from Washington. Thank you so much, Mike. And now we're taking a very quick break, but when we get back, our special edition coverage continues 1 year since the October 7th terror rampage and mass abduction. Stay tuned.
Introducing the brand new i24NEWS Video On Demand app.
You'll have instant access to all our programs, reports, in-depth discussions, and expert commentary.
Whenever you want it.
So what are you waiting for? Download the i24NEWS Video On Demand app today.
Shalom. ¿Qué me trae por aquí? La necesidad impostergable de 600 millones de hispanoparlantes que ahora necesitan escuchar el mensaje judío e israelí en tiempos difíciles. ¿Cómo lograrlo? Cuento con ustedes para continuar llevando a lo más alto del mundo mediático una inquebrantable diplomacia pública al servicio de la verdad sin concesión alguna.
This broadcast is brought to you by Israel Bonds, the most direct and impactful way to support Israel. Invest now at israelbonds.com. This broadcast is brought to you by Israel Bonds, the most direct and impactful way to support Israel. Invest now at israelbonds.com.
Hello and welcome to this special broadcast here on i24NEWS. Israel at war. Dozens of Hamas terrorists infiltrating into Israel this morning, taking citizens hostage, roaming around the streets of Israeli towns, shooting all over. There are still, as we speak, shootouts between security forces and terrorists in Israeli territory. The head of Hamas military wing, Mohammed Deif, announcing it is the beginning of a war.
The media war is on.
This is a revenge operation against the Israeli military.
I can still hear actually interceptions happening overhead as we speak.
It is Saturday morning, October 7th, 2023. Jews across the nation ready to celebrate the holiday of Simchat Torah.
It's going to be the greatest understatement ever. Israel was caught off guard. They took over villages and communities, and the army was not ready. There was a rave with hundreds of people participating, and they had to deal with armed Hamas terrorists mercenaries coming their way. The head of the Sharon Negev Regional Council, Ophir Liebstein, has been killed.
The worst part about it is that we don't actually know really what's going on.
A slaughter in multiple Israeli towns as we speak.
Citizens of Israel were at war.
I think the Israeli public would have to understand that words don't cut it anymore.
IDF is flooding the Israel South and Israel's border community.
It is an apocalyptic scene as you're driving here through the South.
We can't assume that people have been killed. We can't assume that people have been kidnapped.
Our blood is figuratively and literally boiling at the scenes.
It is heartbreaking, truly, to be here at a medical center.
I am genuinely speechless.
They entered the kibbutz, and as far as I'm talking to you now, we didn't get any message about them leaving the kibbutz.
There is still a lot of uncertainty going on down south.
Between 35 to 40 dead, alive people in Gaza.
The township of Netiv Asara has been liberated from Hamas fighters.
Well, we're still in the fog of war.
So many questions, so little answers.
There are many questions regarding all of the people in the highest echelons because Hamas clearly had the upper hand.
According to health sources there, over 160 people have been killed in Israeli Air Force strikes across the Gaza Strip, and this is just the beginning of the Israeli retaliation.
In around 7 different border communities, Hamas is still present there, and in 3 of them, they are in control totally.
The IDF forces, as we speak, is engaged in a battle to take over Israeli territory.
There are something like 50 Israelis in a dining room inside the kibbutz held by Hamas.
You see this woman, she's been crying for a couple of hours. She's waiting to hear news from close relatives.
We have 2 communities, at least 2 communities, where we know that there are hostages. We're speaking of hostages still inside Israel, inside Israeli territory, held by Hamas terrorists.
We got people who were dead on arrival. Some of them died during the resuscitation.
From each house to each house, we hear them outside, we hear them shooting.
The last thing that Israel needs is a mistake.
Israel is at war, and that war is reaching Tel Aviv right at this very moment. As we're sitting here in this studio, we are hearing the booms, loud booms outside.
Here in Sderot, gunfire heard inside of the city. That's because there's still a standoff between Hamas and the Israeli military.
Kalev, I've been following this since it began this morning, and I can say that I've never seen this amount of dead bodies in one day on in videos.
Amit, I understand you have concerns. A friend of yours, Noah, footage on social media showing her being abducted.
I got texts from them. They're hiding. They're waiting for people to come to help. And they've been abducted, as I can see. We all saw these videos, and we knew certainty that's what happened.
In the morning, my nephew, he's 8 years old, Michael, he called his grandfather that terrorists came to the house and they killed daddy, and then they killed mommy, and he doesn't know what to do. I tried to talk to the police, to the army. Nobody's helping me. I mean, nobody's getting to these children, and they have to be saved because they're alone for 12 hours inside of the house with the parents dead.
There's some areas in Israel that emergency services can make it. Ambulances can make it. The IDF can't make it there.
The situation hasn't changed since 6:30 in the morning. I want to wake up in the morning and tell myself this was only a dream.
Israel has the right to defend itself and its people. Full stop.
This war will take time. It will be difficult. Challenging days are ahead, but I can assure you one thing. We will win.
I would say this is the magnitude of calamity of 9/11.
They're used to mass casualty events, but not to this magnitude.
Dearest viewers, you are probably, like the rest of us, feeling confused and scared and sad. We don't know exactly what happened. We definitely do not know what will happen, but we're in it together. Stay strong, stay resilient. Thanks for watching.
A chilling look at the i24 News coverage on that day, compiled by our Joe Brown 1 year later. Difficult to comprehend still, and 101 hostages remain in captivity. Still no clarity as to how many of them are alive. And 1 year later, Hezbollah in Lebanon has been showing its solidarity with Hamas in Gaza since the 8th of October, as we were discussing earlier in studio, the day after the Hamas terror onslaught in southern Israel. The terror group launching near-daily rocket and drone attacks on northern Israel for almost a year, including today a major barrage launched at northern communities and rocket alert sirens sounding just moments ago in Kiryat Shmona once again. In recent weeks, much of the Hezbollah leadership has been eliminated, including Hassan Nasrallah. Today, Hezbollah vowing to keep up the fight against what it calls Israeli aggression, saying they are confident in the ability of their resistance. So for the latest on the ground, we go live to correspondent Robert Swift. He joins us from Kiryat Shmona in northern Israel, and red alert sirens sounding just moments ago where you are. What is the latest on the ground? Exactly a year since this war started, a war started by Hamas, Hezbollah, showing its constant support.
That's right. So a fairly busy day up here with regards to cross-border fire. There's been about 17, at least 17, I should say, cases of fire across the Lebanese border at Israeli communities. Now, the IDF has said in about the last hour and a half, there's been at least, today there has been at least 150 rockets fired, and from them, around 50 of them took place in around the last hour and a half. Now, as you say, the most recent of those was about 10 minutes ago here in Kiryat Shmona, when we had to run the short distance from where we're standing filming to the bomb shelter. A couple of explosions immediately after that, possibly interceptions or impacts somewhere on the ground, but at the minute no reports of casualties or damage. That's pretty routine here. For many months that's been the norm here in Kiryat Shmona, and now as tensions have heightened and indeed troop movements have increased in Kiryat Shmona in the last 2 weeks, that sort of activity is even more common than it has been. But that was not, by no means was that the largest of the barrages taking place here today. You can probably hear that booms there. That sounds like Israeli artillery firing across the border to our north. Now, the largest of the barrages earlier today was in Haifa, which has been targeted by a large-scale barrage about an hour and a half ago.
Well, you stay safe. Certainly much activity across that northern front. Just moments ago, correspondent Robert Swift, live from Kiryat Shmona in northern Israel. Thank you, Rob. And still in studio, Dr. Jacques Nerier. We've discussed those tensions so often. And of course, one of Israel's goals in this war is ensuring that it's safe for the tens of thousands of evacuated residents from northern Israel to go back to their homes, given what is transpiring on this day, given what is happening in Beirut.
So
it's a long way off.
What is the plan?
You tell us.
Well, when you launch 3 divisions into Lebanese territory, it's not for a limited the purpose. It's not for conquering 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers. It's for creating a death zone. It's for creating an area as the one that is today between North and South Korea, a demilitarized zone. This is what is the end purpose of the Israeli incursion into Lebanon. It has a target, it has a reason, and I think only through a demilitarization of the whole of South Lebanon can the inhabitants of the northern part of Galilee go back to their homes. Otherwise, there's no UNIFIL, no other international force. I mean, we have had enough of those forces who come only to get their salaries, and they do nothing on the ground. UNIFIL has been here since 1978, and I don't see what is the advantage of having the UNIFIL for 10 more years again. So I mean, this is the reason, and this is the goal of the IDF right now.
I want to circle back to something we discussed a little bit earlier, the Iranian threat and the likelihood that Israel may take action against Tehran, what it might look like. Briefly, your assessment.
Well, you know, there are things that a sovereign state cannot accept. You cannot accept being shelled with 180 ballistic missiles on your territory without answering. So what is the answer? The answer is, I mean, depends of a lot of elements, and certainly the American input is very important. The American input says don't attack the oil installations because this would create a crisis in the oil business. The whole world would suffer from that. And don't attack, I mean, the other places, the nuclear, because this is not this is not this is not meant for you. This is for big guys. So what is left? What is left is only national and symbolic. The symbolic targets. What do I mean by symbolic targets? Let's suppose, for instance, that the principal square of Tehran is bombed. There's the Arc, famous Arc, where all the parades are being held there. Right. And if this is destroyed, then something that most of the Iranians would see. If the Iranian parliament is attacked, most of the Iranians will see. If the residence of Khamenei is attacked, then everybody will see. This is the kind of thing that Israel can afford and can do. And there's also all the military targets that we have not mentioned, but I mean all the bases, air bases, ground bases, naval bases, all this. This is an array of choices. Then we'll have to wait and see what is the surprise.
Retired Colonel Dr. Jacques Neria, as always, appreciate your insights. Thank you very much for being with us on this special edition, 1 year on. Thank you. Now, Kibbutz Nir Oz sits right on the border with the Gaza Strip, a small and quiet farming community. Before the 7th of October, most people hadn't heard of this beautiful place in southern Israel, but today it's well known in Israel because of the way Hamas terrorists destroyed the kibbutz. Correspondent Natasha Kirchuk went back to visit 1 year later. Take a look.
So this is your house?
Yeah. This is our humble home.
You haven't been living here since October 7th?
Absolutely not.
This is Neta Yehud. He was born and raised in Kibbutz Nir Oz, one of the Israeli communities that was the worst hit by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Today, we're coming back to visit, almost a year after he barely escaped with his life.
I was here with my little girl. The alarm went off and we got into the safe room. The first terrorists that came in shot at the dog, I believe. They were here 3 times. They tried to open and push the door, but we didn't make any sound, you know. They shot the door, it came through, but got jammed in my daughter's cabinet. They just took everything apart.
Why haven't you organized this, I guess, and tried to clean it up?
My wife, she doesn't want anything to do with the house.
It's almost been a year since that happened. Does it feel like that for you?
Feels like yesterday, obviously.
Neta made it out alive, physically unscathed with his daughter. But like many other people from the community, his family was ripped apart.
My grandmother lives here in the kibbutz, and she survived. Her whole neighborhood almost was kidnapped. My sister was kidnapped with her boyfriend Ariel, and my brother was murdered. Yeah, so my whole family, basically, was affected. The whole community, you know, what happened here was a 6-7 hour pogrom.
Kibbutz Nir Oz was once home to around 400 people, but today it feels like a ghost town. There are about 20 people who still live here amid the ruins. Has there been any reconstruction so far here?
I'm not aware, but I know they are planning on starting.
The few that make it down to Nir Oz are typically tour groups who come here to see the aftermath of Hamas's violent rampage. And then there are the evacuated survivors of the massacre who occasionally come home to gather belongings, like Neta, along with their family members, like Renee Butler. 6 of Renee's immediate family members were murdered by Hamas on October 7th.
I had 5 siblings living on the kibbutz that day. One was shot and survived. My brother Johnny, my sister-in-law Tamali shot. and my 3 nieces and nephews. Murdered, mom shot to death, and the dog too. And that's just my family.
In total, 117 people were either murdered or abducted by Hamas in Kibbutz Nir Oz. That's 1 in 4 members of the community. 20 are still being held hostage.
This is my brother's house and my sister-in-law's house and my nieces and my nephew. This entire piece was their house. This was the beautiful big porch where we had a lot of family parties, birthday parties. For me, it's just amazing how he can turn a home into rubble so quickly. On this wall, here's the kitchen. You had like the family photos, the kids' birthday photos. My twin nieces, they're 5.5, Arbel and Shachar, and Omer was 2 years and 3 months old. In the morning, I sent in the family group, "How are you? There's missiles in Tel Aviv. I hope you're okay." And Johnny was the only one who replied. He wrote, "Stay safe." That was that.
Renee's brother, Johnny Simantov, his wife Tamar, and their 3 little children were all murdered in this home. After Hamas terrorists infiltrated the kibbutz, the family ran into their safe room, but terrorists shot through the window and the door, injuring Johnny and Tamar, and then they set the house on fire.
My brother and Tamari bled to death. My nieces and nephew cried and choked to death.
From smoke?
From smoke, from the dark, from having non-responsive parents next to them. This is where all 5 of them were found.
I wasn't the one to open the window or anything. I spent the afternoon and evening of October 7th telling Tamar's sister, Noah, that I don't know what happened and we need to wait and see and stuff like that for 4 hours, you know? And just a tragedy that shouldn't have happened.
It's not real for me that it's been a year. It's not something that I'm ready to look back at. We're not really ready to talk about them like it's in the past and it happened and it's not over for us yet.
Johnny is a childhood friend, and more than that, his family. I have memories with him from the time I was 4, you know, 4 years old and 3 years old, and I can't really deal with it currently, but it's a breaking point, for sure.
This is where Sasha and Sophia were taken from. This is my sister's house. She survived with her 4 kids. They ransacked the place, of course. It's so burned. Everything is black. That's where Alex was kidnapped from, the other door.
Eitan's Kunyo house. It was burned to the ground. They came out the last minute out of the window.
Eitan Kunyo is David Kunyo's twin. David, who was taken with his wife.
40 people from Kibbutz Nir Oz were taken hostage by Hamas. One of them was Neta's little sister, Arbel Yehud. She still remains in captivity in the Gaza Strip.
This is my sister's Arbel's house and her boyfriend Ariel. They were taken from here on October 7th.
I took care of Ariel when he was a baby.
We had a sign of life at December 1st, I think, something like that. But, you know, it's valid for 30 seconds maybe, and then you realize it means nothing.
28-year-old Arbel's last message to Neta before she was kidnapped wasn't focused on her own plight. She was worried about their other brother, Dolev, an emergency medic who immediately left his home to try and help other families. He was killed in action, leaving behind 3 children and his wife, Sigal, who was 9 months pregnant at the time.
He was 35. The army took 8 months to find his body.
When did Dolev's wife give birth?
Sigal gave birth on October 16th. Yeah, a healthy baby girl named Dor. We hope she will meet her aunt soon.
Dolev's family is currently evacuated to another community in southern Israel called Kiryat Gat, where most of the other kibbutz members are also living until they're able to come back home to Nir Oz, if they decide that that's what they want to do. But given the mass destruction in the kibbutz, it will take several years before that's able to happen, and massive amounts of monetary assistance from the government and private donors. Are you guys planning on moving back here one day?
I don't think the place should be worthy of living again. I think it should be kept as is, as a memorial. You know, nobody is living in the quarters in Auschwitz right now. That's what this place represents. There are people from here who wants to come back. I have nothing against it, you know, but I think the best way to deal with it is to completely keep it as is.
I think that first people have to come back to us. That's the basic of starting to heal, if that's what we're gonna do.
We'll try to survive, but the recovery is not on our sides right now. Yeah.
And in breaking news right now, the IDF confirming that the red alert sirens sounding in central Israel just moments ago were triggered by surface-to-surface missile fire from Yemen. That confirmation coming through from the IDF just moments ago. And how apt that the person we are speaking to right now is Eli Beer, the founder and president of United Hatzalah, a volunteer-based emergency medical services organization in Jerusalem. Eli, 1 year on, sirens sounding just moments ago. I want your thoughts first, though, on the 7th of October. A massive response from your organization, your volunteers, your memories.
Well, we just saw Neta speaking about Dolev. I remember being here in the Hatzalah Center, United Hatzalah Center, in our command center, calling out Dolev on the walkie-talkie of Hatzalah, and he wasn't answering. We were trying to reach him. Something was wrong. We didn't know what was exactly happening. He was a United Hatzalah proud volunteer. Actually, a few months before October 7th, Dolev, who was an incredible human being, a great husband and father, he actually trained the kibbutz on CPR, the Bibas family. He trained the mother and father of the Bibas children, the little sweet little babies, the redheaded babies. He trained them on CPR in case something happens to their babies, in case they choke. He was an incredible person, and to see Neta on television now speaking about his brother and sister and his sister's partner, it was a devastating day for us. It was a devastating day, October 7th, for United Hatzalah, because we had 1,700 volunteers who went in down, volunteers who lived in the kibbutzim, who lived in the yeshuvim. We train people all around Israel. They are all volunteers. They don't get paid. They run out of their homes while everyone is hiding in bomb shelters like Dolev, and they run to save other people. Dolev was murdered while he was saving people's lives, and he was a hero of Am Yisrael. He was a real hero of the Jewish people, of Israel, of United Hatzalah, and to see these stories, and we're still living through this. I don't know if people realize we're still going through October 7th right this second. I know Absolutely. It's October 7th, 2024.
And as you say, volunteers taking the risk to save lives on the 7th of October throughout the past year, and on this day as we speak, red alert sirens sounding just moments ago. I wish we had more time. Eli Beer, the founder and president of United Hatzalah, thank you to you and your team of volunteers. Appreciate you being with us. Thank you.
I just want to say
one more. And that is a wrap for now. Stay tuned. Thank you for watching.
Want to stay on top of the news no matter where you are?
Introducing i24NEWS' brand new news website.
On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it.
So what are you waiting for? Download the i24NEWS app today. Shalom and welcome to Jewish World Weekly. I'm Caleb Ben David, and each week we're going to bring you the latest from the Jewish world, from politics to religion, entertainment to the latest trends, and everything in between. Join me each week as we explore the global Jewish diaspora. Don't miss Jewish World Weekly only on i24NEWS.
And thanks for joining us on this special edition on i24NEWS. I'm Laura Sellier. Today is Israel's darkest day. It's exactly a year since Hamas terrorists stormed the southern border and carried out the worst massacre of the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Today we remember more than 1,200 people who were murdered on that day. Aside from killing, raping, burning and looting, the terrorists also took 251 men, women and children into Gaza. And today, a year later, 101 hostages remain there. It began at 6:29 a.m. on a sunny Shabbat morning, the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. Families had gathered in the communities close to the border with Gaza, and young people were ending a night of revelry at the Nova Music Festival nearby. Then came the rocket fire. Still, nothing unusual. But then the terrible mutilated women, who we now know were gang raped, paraded before jeering crowds on the back of pickup trucks. Unspeakable cruelty inflicted on children in front of their parents, on parents in front of their children, beloved grandfathers shot dead along with the family dog. And one question lay heavy in the air: where is the army? Our Robert Swift reports on what happened next.
It took 3 days for the Israeli military to regain control of the territory around Gaza following the shock of October the 7th. But few had any doubt what would come next.
Citizens of Israel, we are at war. Not an operation or another round of fighting, but war.
As the army began muster, the IDF invaded the Gaza Strip, focusing on its northern cities. Even as it was preparing for this battle, the army rushed troops to the north, fearing attack from Lebanon's Hezbollah, which began firing rockets, missiles and drones into Israel on October the 8th. It was not alone in this show of support. Throughout the month, additional Iranian allied groups joined the war. First, Shiite militias in Iraq and Syria, and then the Houthis in Yemen.
The Yemeni armed forces confirmed that this operation is the third in support of our oppressed brothers in Palestine, and that these acts will continue until the Israeli aggression stops.
Overwhelmed by Israeli firepower, Hamas struggled to hold its ground. By mid-November, the IDF captured Al-Shifa Hospital in the heart of Gaza City. 9 days later, Hamas and Israel agreed to a ceasefire, exchanging Israeli hostages for Palestinian prisoners. But the deal was short-lived, just 7 days. With hostilities resumed, the IDF turned its attention to Khan Yunis. While the IDF made progress on the ground, its aggressive stance came at a cost. Troops opened fire on 3 escaped hostages, killing them. In January, the conflict spread further. First, with the assassination of Salah Harouri, Hamas's deputy political leader, in an Israeli airstrike in Beirut. Diplomatic pressure on Israel grew, as South Africa brought a case of genocide against Israel in the International Court of Justice.
Like every country, Israel has an inherent right to defend itself. The vile attempt to deny Israel this fundamental right is blatant discrimination against the Jewish state, and it was justly rejected.
In Yemen, US and allied warplanes began bombing the Houthis in response to repeated attacks against international shipping. And 3 US troops were killed in a drone strike in Jordan, the outcome of repeated attacks by Iraqi and Syrian militias. Washington lost its patience and struck back, curbing the attacks. By March, concern in the international community for the humanitarian situation in Gaza prompted airdrops of food. Concerns first heightened by the Kuwaiti roundabout incident, when people gathering for food aid were shot, killing 20, with Israelis and Palestinians blaming each other for opening fire. And then sharpened further by an Israeli missile strike on a World Central Kitchen aid convoy, which killed 7 on the 1st of April. But this changed 2 weeks later as Israel's allies rallied around it, blunting a massed Iranian launch of missiles and drones, Iran's first direct strike against Israel. In May, with North and Central Gaza conquered, but by no means subdued, the IDF began operating in Rafah, severing Hamas's last links to the outside world as it seized the Philadelphia corridor running alongside the Egyptian border. Tensions with the US spiked again as Israel ignored Washington's reservations about attacking Rafah. But the Biden administration still came out in support of Israel, following the recommendation by the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court to charge Israel's Prime Minister and Defense Minister with war crimes.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant bear criminal responsibility for the following international crimes committed on the territory of the State of Palestine from at least the 8th of October 2023.
In June, Israeli public morale was given a much-needed boost when special forces rescued 4 hostages in a daylight raid in Nuzarat. A month later, as the IDF re-entered Khan Yunis to tackle an emerging insurgency there, Benjamin Netanyahu traveled to the US to address Congress. A number of Democrats, including Vice President Kamala Harris, were not present. Political maneuverings which were pushed to the side by a Hezbollah rocket which fell in the Golan Heights city of Majd al-Shams. Landing in a soccer field, the explosion killed 12 children and teens. Israel vowed a harsh response, and just 4 days later, Hezbollah's military chief and Hamas's political figurehead were killed. Fouad Shakur in an airstrike in Beirut, and Ismail Haniyeh in an explosion in Tehran. Through August, combat in Gaza ground on, and attacks against the north of Israel escalated. The recovery of the bodies of 6 Israeli hostages executed by their captors in the tunnels of Gaza at the end of August sparked renewed protests across Israel.
There are 64 people in the Knesset who are literally ruining the country. They are letting hostages rot in the tunnels of the despicable Hamas, but we have an enemy here within us as well, and they are not doing anything to bring them home.
The Prime Minister, protesters charged, had repeatedly sabotaged ceasefire talks due to personal political considerations, leaving hostages to their fate in Gaza. Accusations denied by Netanyahu. Internal Israeli tensions that were put on hold in September as the IDF switched its fire from Hamas to Hezbollah.
The center of gravity is moving northward, and we are near to completing our tasks in the south. Our next mission is to change the security situation and return the northern residents to their homes.
Since the war of 2006, Israel has been preparing for a conflict with Hezbollah. Preparations that seemed to bear fruit as communications devices carried by its members exploded on the 17th and 18th of September. Israel was assumed to be the attacker. An assumption reinforced by a string of Israeli airstrikes in the days that followed, decimating Hezbollah's leadership. An onslaught that culminated September 27th with the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, who had led the group for 32 years. As Israeli troops begin operating once again inside Lebanon, and attacks by Iranian proxies from across the Middle East continue, one is reminded by the warnings made by Israeli generals in the days and weeks after October the 7th. This is going to be a long war.
It's been a long 12 months, and today Israel is still at war on 7 fronts. The IDF announced today that 728 IDF soldiers have fallen in the fighting. We honour their sacrifice. May their memories be a blessing. Well, with me in the studio this hour, Uzi Rabi is the director of the Moshe Dayan Center for Middle East Studies at Tel Aviv University. Thank you for being with us on this this dreadful day.
Senior lecturer.
I'm sorry, senior lecturer. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. After a year of fighting then on multiple fronts, how far has Israel managed to degrade the capabilities of its Iranian-backed enemies?
Well, you know, I mean, what the Iranian have, you know, invested in is sort of a very, very well-organized strategy by which to suffocate Israel and Saudi Arabia, one would say, with kind of a fire ring. This was to be manned by proxies. And those proxies actually were educated and programmed to the D-Day when Israel actually is going to be attacked in so many fronts simultaneously, because this is something Israel hasn't actually got the experience with. I mean, this was actually the whole plan. And this is why Iran was attacking Israel next or second time, because it would like actually to see if there is kind of a chance to save Hezbollah in Lebanon. Hezbollah is the this is the prominent link in this whole network Iran has built in the Middle East. I think that what we do see now is dealing with the octopus by cutting off his arms. And when it comes to Hezbollah, it's the most prominent arm. Hamas is also there. And basically, Iran would have to have a second thought if it goes all in. Because if this is the case, we're going to end up in kind of a regional war. I think that Israel is trying actually to respond or to becoming very, very proactive against Iran in two ways. First of all, dealing with Hezbollah in Lebanon. As I said before, this is a litmus test. If Hezbollah is going actually to be damaged badly, this would send a message.
And you think Hezbollah is severely degraded today?
Definitely.
What about Hamas then? It fired rockets at central Israel today.
Well, you know, Hamas is keeping here and there some rockets for kind of a gloomy day or D-Day like today. Today, it's 7th of October. He has to show that, you know, he is still there. But what Hamas is investing in is just to, you know, incitement in the West Bank, trying actually to make many people, either individuals or movements, coming with kind of a third intifada against Israel. And we had seen that not only there, but in proper Israel too. So this is another front that Hamas, Hezbollah, would vie to reopen in order to just, you know, bolster their attack on Israel. But Hezbollah is definitely devastated as many of its abilities has been cut off or eliminated by Israel, and that includes the, let us say, ballistic ability, so to speak. I can't say if it's 50% or 60%, but Hezbollah would have react in a much stronger way, whether he could do that. And I think that Israel inflicted a blow on him. The second thing is, of course, his leadership and commanders, they are not there. And there is kind of a chaotic situation when it comes to Hezbollah.
In terms of the check, 3 leaders taken out in a fortnight.
Actually, Iran is running the show now when it comes to Hezbollah Lebanon. And we don't know yet whether Ismail Kahani, the commander of the Quds force, has been there while Safi ad-Din, actually, Nasrallah's successor, found his death in the bunker there when Israel attacked.
All right, Professor Rabi, for now, thank you very much. Let's talk a bit more about fighting the head of the octopus, as it were, then. And has the Islamic Republic of Iran overplayed its hand in recent weeks? And what about the situation inside Iran? I want to bring in Mariam Mema-Sadehi. She's the founder and director of the Cyrus Forum and a senior fellow at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute. Thank you very much for being with us, Mariam. So, as we were just discussing, the plan was to have all of Iran's proxies attack Israel simultaneously and mercilessly in support of Hamas. It hasn't quite worked out like that. Hezbollah in Lebanon has been decimated. Iran has been forced to join the fight directly. How exposed is the Iranian Republic right now?
Thank you for having me, Laura. First off, my sincere sympathy to the people of Israel, Jews around the world on the savagery of October 7th, and of course, sympathy to the families of all those who are still being held hostage, including young girls who are being continuously raped as we speak. The Islamic Republic of Iran is weaker than ever, in large part because of the response by Israel to the various proxies of the regime around the region, most notably, of course, Hamas and Hezbollah. Of course, internally as well, the regime is under pressure from the Iranian people. One of the reasons that I believe October 7th happened in the first place is because of the woman life freedom revolution inside the country, and that the regime faced the most existential threat to its survival since the 1979 revolution. October 7th was an assault on Jews, but also on all of humanity. And the Islamic Republic, since its inception, since the revolution, had October 7th as its goal. It's the most important value that this regime holds is the annihilation of the state of Israel and the Jewish people across the globe. And any consideration, any thought about what the solution needs to be to this savagery, to this suffering, needs to be focused on the regime in Tehran, because as long as it exists, the people of Israel, the Jewish people, all people around the world who believe in the future of freedom, who want to be free, who want children, grandchildren in the future to be free, need to be concerned with how to get rid of that man, Sayyid Ali Khamenei, and his regime. Otherwise, there is no future for Israel, and there is no future for freedom.
Well, Mariam, we could very well now be on the brink of an all-out war between Israel and the Islamic Republic of Iran. As you just pointed out, Iranians have themselves tried to overthrow this regime, the Women Life Freedom Movement most recently, but also the Green Revolution several years earlier. What is the risk that a war that will put those Iranian civilians at risk could turn them against Israel and could mean that Israel loses an important ally in the struggle to overthrow this regime?
That's not going to happen, Laura, because the Iranian people know, they've known for decades, that the reason for their suffering is the regime. As you know, they have celebrated the killing of Haniyeh. They have celebrated the killing of Nasrallah. They, excuse me, have expressed solidarity with the people of Israel. Even slogans on Iranian streets, graffiti says, "Israel hit, we will take care of the rest." Iranians who are fighting for freedom see in Israel their most natural partner, the country that is opposed to their regime they see as a friend, not to mention the fact that historically, since ancient times, the people of Israel, the Jewish people and the Iranian people have been friends. Esther and Mordecai are, of course, buried in Iran. And prior to the revolution, the Iranian government and the Iranian people had good relations with Israel. And, of course, the largest Jewish population in the Middle East outside of Israel was in Iran. So Iranians look forward to any help from Israel, and they recognize that strikes, just as economic sanctions, are the result of the actions of Khamenei's regime, and that Israel is united in spirit and solidarity with the people of Iran. And the more that the regime is under pressure, the more that the Iranian regime suffers, the more opportunity the people of Iran have to build a free future.
Mariam Sadeghi at the Cyrus Forum, thank you very much indeed. Well, when the Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah was killed just over a week ago, the biggest celebrations were not in Israel or the United States, but in Syria, specifically in opposition-held areas that had suffered the brutality of President Assad and his Shiite allies. But Assad has since shown little interest in coming to the aid of the group which saved his regime. Syrian reporter Badekhan Ahmad joins us now. Badekhan, thank you very much for being with us. It seems as though President Assad is not keen to repay his debts to Hezbollah. Is it fair to say he is trying very hard to stay out of a direct conflict with Israel?
Well, yeah, let's come back a little bit to the when Hezbollah started to interfere the situation in Syria. I think before that happened, Hezbollah had, let's say, how to say, like a reputation, a good reputation in the Arabic countries, because they have the way how they managed to, let's say, take control of Lebanon again to the Lebanese people when Israel started to get out from the Lebanese land in 2006 or in 2000. So when Hezbollah started to interfere in the Syrian war in 2011, or let's say in a little time after that, they start to have bad contacts or have bad relations with many different sites, let's say, in the Arabic countries, and specifically for the Syrian people, because since Hezbollah entered Syria, they start to participate with the fight against many Syrian people. So now, after more than 10 years, the Syrian people watching what is going on between Israel and Hezbollah, specifically in Lebanon, well, they are not standing with both sides. They speak more about the northwestern side of Syria. So they are, of course, they remember what they had before, specifically with Hezbollah. So now about the Syrian government, or specifically Bashar al-Assad, he's trying to stay far or stay out from what is going on in Palestine or Israel, Lebanon. They don't want to interfere really, and they never interfered before in such as this kind of wars or let's say tension with Israel if we come back to the history. So specifically, Syria have been suffered from the war more than 10 years or 14 years. Now they're trying to, or the Syrian government trying to stay a little away from what is going on, try to it's still building what have been destroyed for many, many years in Syria.
And what is happening in Syria today? Because we've seen hundreds of thousands of people have fled the fighting in Lebanon across the border into Syria, reversing, of course, what happened a decade ago. So you've got the Shiite Hezbollah supporters, and you've also got Syrian refugees who came to Lebanon during the war. What are the implications for Syria, which is already so fragmented along ethnic and sectarian lines?
Well, of course, it's clear. If we speak about Lebanon, it's not about Shia people. We have Sunnis, we have Shia, we have Christian, we have Druze. So for the Lebanese people, the only way they can flee or they can move when the war is coming to their doors is only Syria. They have only Syria and Israel in the front. So, of course, who has European or other countries' nationalities or ID, of course, they have using the flights and they go out from the country. But the people who has only the Lebanese nationality, the only place or the only way is to go to Syria. I think they will not face any ethnic problems. But what is going on now that Syria is already tired, and specifically if we speak about Damascus and the countryside, the people there are in living in the suffer situation. Still people living in the camps. What I have get from some sources, specifically inside Damascus, because most of the Lebanese people now moving to Damascus because it's the capital. The rents start to get so high, expensive, the services. So this will get more harder for the Syrian people and at the same time for the Lebanese people. So I think Syria is not ready to get a lot of people from Lebanon for the moment.
Badr, we appreciate it. Thank you very much, Badr Ahmad there.
Thank you.
And Senior Professor Uzi Rabi is with me in the studio. And of course, Syria had been the battleground for many, many years with the idea of trying to prevent Iran from arming Hezbollah, its most feared proxy in the region. That whole situation has been turned on its head to a certain extent. How do you see that progressing?
Well, actually, Bashar al-Assad and I fully agree with what was said here about Bashar. I mean, he would like actually to stay out of these conflicts, and it is very, very weird not to, even get a comment coming from him about either Palestinians, Israel, etc. It seems that he found himself in kind of a situation that the best thing to do is just to, stand behind and not come to the fore.
He issued a very lukewarm statement for Nasrallah when he was...
Yeah, I mean, this lukewarm statements are it's kind of a lip service. I mean, it's not something that is really, really real or serious. But having said that, Syria still, in the eyes of Iran, a bridgehead between Iran and Iraq to Lebanon. So basically, I guess you have noticed that Israel is putting a lot of effort when it comes to the Lebanese-Syrian border, heating some parts of Division 4 of Syria, which is run by Maher al-Assad, brother of. Because what Israel is trying to do when it comes to other parts of Lebanon or Syria is to damage and hit everybody that is contributing to the war effort of Hezbollah. And this is kind of a very consistent policy on the side of Israel. And thanks God, at last, Israel find the formula with which to deal with these bad guys. And there is no other option to deal with them. Everybody talks about an agreement. If at all, an agreement would be...
An agreement with?
With either, you know, Lebanon or even Hamas or Gaza, it is something that you have to do only after hitting them that deep, that would create kind of a different equation when it comes to the power, regional power, or when it comes to the power equation. And this is why I think that we should just focus on Syria, because if I could compare it, even albeit in a different scale, Syria is sort of a Rafah crossing to Lebanon. As we talk about Philadelphia in Gaza, we should talk about the Lebanese-Syrian border, and Israel is there. Israel is in the international port of Lebanon, airport, and this is something that has to be there very consistently, aside with what's going on in South Lebanon.
Okay, Professor Rabi, thank you. Well, the war in Gaza has put significant strain on Israel's ties to Egypt, which borders the Strip, and Jordan, which is home to a large Palestinian population. But the decades-old peace treaties with Israel have held. Jordan even helped defend Israel against the first Iranian missile attack, while Egypt has found itself hardest hit by the assault by Yemen's Houthis on Red Sea trade. More in this report.
Ever since Hamas's onslaught on October 7, Egypt and Jordan have been walking a tightrope as Israel continues its operations in Gaza and now in Lebanon. Despite growing public criticism as the war drags on, the two countries did not sever ties with Israel, even though protests erupted against Israel as early as October 7, before the IDF first carried out airstrikes in the Gaza Strip. Egypt and Jordan have remained Israel's longtime treaty partners in the Arab world.
I wish they can open the borders for us. You will find many people going to Sinai to enter Palestine. We will liberate Palestine, God willing. Victory is close to Gaza and to Muslims, and there won't be Israel nor America.
Egypt supported the Palestinian people pushing for aid into the Gaza Strip immediately after the IDF began its operations. Jordan also joined the humanitarian effort, with Jordanian King Abdullah himself even airdropping aid over the Strip by plane.
To set obstacles to getting aid into Gaza, neither through the main crossing Rafah or through the path via Jordan, is a violation of the international law and the humanitarian international law. And the continuation of the aggression is a war crime.
At the beginning of May, 8 months into the war, the IDF pushed into Rafah, which caused outrage amongst Egyptians, as the 1979 peace treaty states that the Palestinian people should remain in control of their side of the Rafah border crossing with Egypt. Egyptian Prime Minister al-Sisi went as far as threatening to dissolve that treaty if the IDF were to go in. But Israel called the Egyptian bluff and decided to go in anyway.
Last night, I ordered, with the approval of the War Cabinet, an operation in Rafah. Within hours, our forces raised the Israeli flag at the Rafah crossing and took down the Hamas flag.
We've communicated both to the Israelis and to our partners that it constitutes a red line, that the issue of displacement, which is a violation of international humanitarian law, whether it's internal or external, cannot be tolerated. You can imagine that any extensive military action there will have a devastating effect on the humanitarian situation.
However, the main issue today remains the control over the Philadelphia corridor. Egypt and Israel have been fighting to stay in power on that bordering strip. Israel says it wants to have a military presence there in order to prevent arms smuggling to Hamas. Egypt, on the other hand, says it will not allow any foreign presence there.
The axis of evil needs the Philadelphia corridor, and for that reason, we must control the Philadelphia corridor.
In a rare speech, Jordan King Abdullah slammed Israel at the United Nations General Assembly, where he condemned Israeli aggression in the region.
This Israeli government has killed more children, more journalists, more aid workers, and more medical personnel than any other war in recent memory. For years, the Arab world has extended a hand to Israel, but consecutive Israeli governments, emboldened by years of impunity, have rejected peace and chosen confrontation instead.
Despite the harsh rhetoric, Jordan and Egypt have not made good on their threats to cut diplomatic ties with Israel. Furthermore, they have remained allies behind the scenes in trying to prevent the violence from spilling over. Jordan even reportedly helped shoot down missiles crossing over its territory towards Israel when Iran launched its missile attack in April 2024. And so, even though the relation between Israel, Egypt and Jordan remains fraught during this ongoing conflict, they have not been severed yet.
Professor Rabi, this war, although there are 7 fronts, is very different to 1948, Israel's War of Independence, because back then Israel didn't have any allies in the Arab world. Today it does have allies, definitely. However strained those relationships.
Definitely, and this is, I would say, the big difference between 48 and even 67, Nakba and Naksa actually in Arabic. I think that, you know, this is a golden opportunity, one would say. You know, there is an ambivalency when it comes to Jordan and Israel, and we can understand that. I don't want to justify Jordan, but when it comes to the punchline, Jordan stood hand in hand with Israel, actually trying to neutralize all these missiles coming from Iran. When it comes to Egypt, this is a very good way actually to perform in front of the Egyptian public how, you know, devoted we are to the Palestinian cause. No Israelis in Philadelphia corridor, and we are for Palestine. But these, in my opinion, part of the lip service that must be paid in order to, get the Egyptian public actually gets his piece of cake in order to just make that we are still with the Arab nationalism, Islamism, etc. But when it comes to the real stuff, gas, water, renewable energies, Sinai and ISIS there, you know, Israel and Egypt still have a wide range of mutual activities. And we know it. And those two states must be taken after all. And I would say that with some reservations, because Egypt is playing kind of a cunning role, and we had seen what happened in the 20 years. But in the end of the day, Israel and Egypt has their own mutual interest, and I still think that this peace is pretty strong, even if it is being damaged here and there by the ongoing war. The same goes for the Abraham Accords. So if you look at the whole thing from above, you would find a bunch of Arab states that are anti-Iranian, pro-American. Israel is not an enemy for them, and both of them, all of them, are anti-Hamas. With that bloc, we can change the Middle East. The only force that is missing here is the free world led by America. The West. And I hope that the West is going actually to look at things in a different way.
All right, thank you, Professor Rabi. We will come back to the Abraham Accords in a moment. But a group that does seem to be acting against its own national interest are the Houthis in Yemen. They entered the war last December by firing missiles at Israel's Red Sea port city of Eilat. They've since expanded those attacks and have managed what 2 Iranian missile strikes failed to do, that is kill an Israeli civilian. Israel has responded by twice bombing the Yemeni port of Hodeidah. So what exactly do the Houthis want, and will they ever be deterred? Well, we spoke to the former spokesman for the Houthis. Take a listen to what he had to say.
The role that is played by the Houthis in the resistance axis is the same as the role that others take on in the axis, but to a slightly lesser degree. The Houthis do not belong to Iran like other Shiite militias do in Iraq or Hezbollah in Lebanon, but they are an ally of Iran. The Houthis are interested in Palestine and the Palestinian cause with no connection to the axis of resistance. The Houthis' involvement in the conflict is due to the ideology that from their establishment 2 decades ago, considers the US and Israel its main enemies. They used the October 7th attacks and the Israeli bombardment that followed as an opportunity to raise themselves on the international stage. We should pay attention that the Houthis do not respond to Iranian directions, which means that the Houthis will not be committed to any agreement reached between Iran, the US, and Israel like other Shiite militias in the region may be.
مساندة الحوثيين لحماس وللقضية الفلسطينية بعد عملية 7 أكتوبر.
The Houthis supported Hamas and the Palestinian cause after October 7th by attacking ships in the Bab al-Mandeb Strait and in the Red Sea, the ships going towards Israel, attacking British and Israeli ships or American ships, or targeting Israel directly is part of the goal of the Houthis. The first level of that goal is to design the group as a major actor in the international arena, and they hope that the role that they are playing now will force the UK and Americans to recognize them as a legitimate government in Yemen in the future at the expense of the internationally recognized government. And they are putting two choices in front of the world. Either recognize us as a legitimate authority in Yemen and grant us a seat at the UN, or we will keep remaining a rebel group like you're pushing us to be right now, in the Red Sea and against maritime trade. I believe the international community is more clever than falling for their plan, though, because even after recognizing the Houthis, they know that the group will keep doing what they have been doing. Part 2 of their goal is to export their internal crisis in Yemen, because they are incapable of giving services to their own people. Before October 7th, the parts under their rule were supposed to witness a rebellion, and their involvement in the crisis, backing the Palestinian cause, postponed internal strife. The third part of their plan is not only to garner support of the Arab world, but also gain support at the international level. We've seen Houthi banners raised in places like the US, encouraging the Houthis to expand their sphere of influence.
Fascinating insight there from a former Houthi. Now, prior to October 7th, Israel and Saudi Arabia had looked poised to sign a normalization agreement, but the war with Hamas and the devastation in Gaza has made that politically impossible for the most important country in the Muslim world. The Saudis say they still want peace, but the price is a Palestinian state. For the UAE, Bahrain and Morocco, ties with Israel are and remain strong. Our senior correspondent, Bianca Zanini, has more.
The Abraham Accords, signed in 2020, marked a significant shift in Middle Eastern diplomacy, normalizing relations between Israel and several Arab nations, notably the UAE and Bahrain. Later, Morocco and Sudan joined, as expectations rose of a grand bargain, an upcoming normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia in exchange for a Palestinian state. The agreements promised a new era of cooperation, a new era of peace in the Middle East. But then Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th, and all that changed. Israel embarked on a war against Hamas in Gaza, while Iranian proxies launched near-daily attacks against the Jewish state. Fears of an all-out regional war continue to escalate as the promise of partnership and prosperity are dimming. Reactions from the Abraham Accords countries towards the situation varied early on, but tended to align in condemnation of violence and calls for an end to hostilities. But on the streets of those Arab countries, protests against Israel and the war quickly grew louder. Plans to normalize relations with Saudi Arabia were thrown significantly back.
Before October 7th, our team was working very hard on normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, which was going to be, we still think there's hope here, to be a stepping stone to get closer to a two-state solution. So we were very actively engaged in trying to set the parameters and set the conditions for a two-state solution going forward. Now, obviously, the events of October 7th have somewhat derailed that opportunity. Everybody's focused rightly on what's going on in Gaza, but that doesn't mean we're giving up on that.
U.S. diplomatic efforts continued behind closed doors. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman reportedly said although he personally doesn't care about the plight of the Palestinians, his people do, and so he repeated his demand for a possible deal: calm in Gaza.
The Palestinian cause is at the forefront of our country's affairs. The kingdom will not stop its tireless work towards the establishment of an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, and we affirm that the kingdom will not establish diplomatic relations with Israel without that.
As Joe Biden's term as U.S. president nears its end, he leaves the Middle East in chaos, something Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump is taking advantage of.
This would have never happened. We did the Abraham Accords. I think everybody, including Iran, would have been in the Abraham Accords had I taken over as president. I think even Iran would have been in the Abraham Accords ultimately. It would have been great for everybody, and you would have had peace in the Middle East.
Diplomatic relations between Israel and Iran were never actually on the table. And now, after Iran for the first time directly attacked Israel with hundreds of missiles twice the past year, peace seems even more out of reach.
So a lot to talk about there. Joining us now, Ruth Wasserman-Landers. She's a former member of the Knesset, former diplomatic envoy in Cairo, and she's now at the Misgav Institute for Strategic Affairs. Ruth, welcome. We're also joined by Loai Al-Sharif, peace activist and expert in Arab-Israeli relations. Great to have you with us as well, Loai. So, Loai, I'll start with you because it does seem on this dreadful day as though we're at some kind of crossroads. Two very different versions of the Middle East standing before us. A backward, jihadist, barbaric Middle East, the likes of which we saw on October 7th, or a peaceful, prosperous region based on trade, mutual interest and tolerance. Loai, your thoughts on that?
First of all, Laura, let me just say this to the citizens of Israel on the first anniversary of October 7th to renew my and my fellow Arab peace activists' commitment to peace and to stand with humanity against barbarism. It's not Israel against Hamas. It's Israel against the evil forces, the dark forces of evil. And we are so proud that we chose the right side of history on this. That's first. Second of all, yes, I agree with you, Laura. There are two Middle Easts, not one Middle East. And that was actually pointed out by many experts in the region. They said there are two Middle Easts, a prospering, a thriving Middle East, and a backward Middle East. And the good news is everyone is becoming aware of what Iran and its proxies really want to drag the current Middle East into. They want to drag the Middle East into dark ages, and they want to exploit it with violence, mayhem, devastation. And this Middle East, no one really accepts. And hopefully, the Middle East that we believe in will prevail eventually. I know it's really going through hard times, but I can assure you, Laura, from someone in the region monitoring the situation here in the Gulf and in the Arab states, the awareness of people towards what's happening in the region is becoming more and more tending towards the thriving version of the Middle East.
Thank you, Loai. Ruth, are you hopeful on this terrible day when we remember all of those lives lost in the most brutal way possible? Are you hopeful that that future for the Middle East is still possible?
First of all, I'm very honored, Laura, to have Loai co-share the screen with me. I know Loai, and I commend and I salute your courage that despite the way that you've been brought up believing one thing and all sorts of images regarding the Jewish people in Israel, you've educated yourself and you've brought really so much light to so many people in the world. It's not a given, and I absolutely truly commend that courage. And why do I say that? Because people like Loai, despite the fact that there are relatively few, I'm talking about such courageous people that are willing to say something that not many people in the Arab world yet are willing or ripe to hear. That gives me hope. And having said that, I must say another thing. The situation in the country is not easy. As a mother to 4 children, several days ago, having sat in the shelter, waiting for hours for the Iranian ballistic missiles, which is it's a real reality, to complete, and also fearing the fact that there would be a Palestinian infiltration from the West Bank. I live very close to the West Bank in Israel proper, undisputed Israel, but in the narrow waist of Israel. I felt that a two-state solution is perhaps a very faraway dream. What I do think regarding the Abraham Accords, the 4-year anniversary of the Abraham Accords, is that if Israel will have the upper hand in terms of its security, because we truly, in my humble opinion, and I believe in the opinion of many others at this particular stage in the war, we cannot really allow ourselves to turn our back. We have to have eyes in our back and make sure that our civilians are safe from radical Islamists, not from all Muslims, God forbid, but from radical Islamists, which have a tendency to take over, disintegrate countries in the region and simply take over, whether it's Qatar, whether it's the Iranian regime and their proxies. But if we do have our upper hand in terms of security, and we do have the buffer zones allowing for civilians to live peacefully, then a comprehensive agreement can be reached with international, let's say, promises. But it's very tough. We need the UAE and we need Saudi Arabia. And we can perhaps speak of a Palestinian state, but only in a decade after the re-education of an entire people can displace the indoctrination and the hatred.
Thank you, Ruth. Luai, do the Saudis, do you think, have the patience for that? They say they do still want peace with Israel, which is quite remarkable given what's happened over the past year and how politically sensitive it is. But they do insist that there must be a Palestinian state.
Well, given all the statements out by the Saudi Crown Prince and the Minister, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Saudi Arabia, I can just sum it up and say that the demand could be a pathway that is irreversible to a Palestinian state, or an irreversible pathway to a Palestinian state, which means I'm just guessing this is what's in the minds and hearts of the decision makers in Saudi. Like, we need to end this once and for all. No one wants Hamas to be in power. And by the way, the foreign minister of Saudi Arabia, Faisal bin Farhan, he wrote a very great article in the Times, and he said that no one should accept Hamas to be ruling Gaza after this war, because no one wants to have radical extremists rule the Palestinian people and bring another October 7 and devastation.
Right, which is very interesting, Luai. Sorry to interrupt you, but I mean, there have been voices in the West saying, look, you can't defeat Hamas. Hamas is an idea. You're not going to defeat it. And so it's remarkable to hear the Saudi foreign minister saying that, and also talking about, you know, there are radicals and warmongers on both sides. I mean, he sounds how the Americans used to sound. Yes, but I'm just giving you the glimpse of how I believe he and the Saudi leadership and the decision makers think. So no one wants Hamas to be in power after the war, but the thing is, to put a permanent solution to this Palestinian cause, there has to be at least a pathway towards a Palestinian state. In a meaning, that's what I think. In a meaning that there's a pathway that would require the efforts of the Palestinians, not only the Arabs, of the Palestinians, which means there has to be a Palestinian leadership that believes in peace with Israel, that recognizes Israel, that is willing to teach their kids to live side by side with Israel. And if they fail to do this, then, you know, you have to put up. It's one of the statements that Jared Kushner said before: put up or shut up. You have to put up in order to have your goals achieved. So a pathway could be something that is absolutely doable. But a Palestinian state, we really need to discuss this, Laura, aside from emotions, you know.
Where are the Palestinian statesmen that are willing to build a state that is willing to live side by side with Israel, not to temporarily exist in order to wipe out Israel? I wrote a tweet, Laura, 4 days ago. It went viral. I said the only reason, in my opinion, that there was never a Palestinian state, and most probably never will, is because the intent was always to destroy Israel, not to coexist side by side with Israel. If all of these factors change, I believe maybe we can see another horizon. But the Saudis, the Faisal bin Farhan, the foreign minister, and the other statements published by the foreign ministry mention time and again an irreversible path to a Palestinian state. But I believe when reality hits, everyone knows that a Palestinian state now is absolutely out of reach.
Luai, we appreciate it. Thank you very much, Luai Al-Sharif there. And Professor Rabi, Iran expert, still with me in the studio. So the Saudis are talking about an irreversible pathway. I mean, that could be interpreted in lots of ways, couldn't it?
You know, the Saudis are not that keen in their bid for a Palestinian state, if you ask me. But they need to have something coming from Israel that would actually suggest good intention to any foreseeable future. This is something that you could, in my opinion, define as a gesture. The most important thing in what the Saudis have in mind was bluntly expressed by the foreign minister bin Farhan, and his diagnosis, in my opinion, is right to the point, because there is a binary picture here. Good guys, bad guys. And once again, I wish I count on Saudi Arabia, I count on the Emirates, because I accept their observation. The missing link, once again, is the free world. Okay. This is what they tried actually to achieve, to make America come to the fore, not only on the defensive or protect Israel, but also be proactive and create kind of a different Middle East, because platforms are here. Please just use them and make us all together be thrilled a little bit for different future for the region.
Thank you, Professor Rabi. Ruth, as we heard there, where are the Palestinian statesmen? Because we heard from the man, you know, who is being pushed forward as the potential leader of the Palestinians, that is Mahmoud Abbas, deeply unpopular among almost all Palestinians. And we heard what he had to say at the UN General Assembly, which wasn't particularly inspiring.
I can say something very simple instead of going on and on in a very diplomatic and politically correct manner. There is no Palestinian leadership that is willing to courageously say that we put the conflict behind us and we stand up to the Islamic radicalism represented by Hamas. I would just like to remind you, Laura, that the incitement and the indoctrination is also taught in the West Bank under Abu Mazen and the Fatah government, and agreements signed by predecessors, although they did raise rays of hope, were not fulfilled. And it was said by the Palestinian leadership that they were temporary, in innuendos really relating to words from the Quran regarding certain types of agreements that had to be kept while the Palestinian side was weak. And this is something that the West, and here I agree with Professor Rabi, simply needs to understand. This is not an Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Forget about it. The framing is wrong. Enough. If the diagnosis is wrong, then the medicine that will be given to the illness will also be incorrect.
Ruth, thank you very much indeed. We appreciate it. Ruth Wasserman-Land there. Let me very quickly bring in Samir Sinijlawi. He's a Fatah activist and the chairman of the Jerusalem Development Fund. Samir, I know you were listening in there. Where is the Palestinian leadership and where do we go from here?
Well, I agree with Ruth. And I respect her. I know she has a lot of knowledge on the Arab world. She's served in in Cairo, and she knows what she's speaking about. I agree with her on something. I disagree with her on another thing. I agree with her that the current Palestinian leadership is not willing to take steps, is not understanding in depth what is this conflict about. And I disagree with her that there is no other Palestinians. You know, there is a lot of Palestinians. I am one of the voices that is calling and recognize that there is a need for changes inside of the Palestinian side, and that these changes will lead to similar changes on the Israeli side. We have to fix a lot of things inside the Palestinian politics and inside the Israeli politics, but it's our obligation as Palestinians to start the first steps that will encourage the Israelis to take steps towards us. So in a way or another, a change is needed on the Palestinian side. The younger generation of Palestinians thinks differently, thinks in a very different way.
Sameh, thank you very much. I'm sorry to cut you off. We're out of time. Sameh Sijlawi, we appreciate it. Thank you. Professor Rabi, thank you to you as well. Thanks for watching. Stay with us on i24 News. Official memorial ceremonies for the victims of October 7th coming up next. Want to stay on top of the news no matter where you are?
Introducing i24NEWS' brand new news website.
On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it.
So what are you waiting for? Download the i24NEWS app today.
Welcome to this special broadcast on i24 News. I'm Natasha Kirchak.
And I'm Khaled Ben David. Over the next 3.5 hours, we'll bring you both of these special ceremonies marking the one-year anniversary of the October 7th terror attack, starting with the memorial organized by the families of the hostages, now getting underway in Tel Aviv's Yarkon Park.
And later, we're going to have the pre-recorded official ceremony organized by the Israeli government, along with going live to our correspondents in the field, in the north, in the south, and also here in the center of the country. Well, joining us in our studio as well as our Middle East correspondent Ariel Osran. So, Ariel, obviously today we have seen rocket fire really from all directions, from the north, from the south, even a ballistic missile that was intercepted from Yemen. Give us a breakdown of the security challenges that the country's faced throughout this terrible day.
Yeah, terrible year, and it's only continuing with Israel's security threats continuing all around its borders, as you described. We're starting off with rocket barrages from Gaza this morning, and then we had reports of intensive fighting on the ground in northern Gaza. Also multiple rocket launches from southern Lebanon by Hezbollah. And also, as you described, the ballistic missile launched from Yemen by the Houthis. There are no reported injuries as a result of any of these strikes. But just to illustrate how tense the situation is, there were videos circulating about half an hour ago from the northern border of paraglides, and this was part of how Hamas stormed Israeli border communities on October 7th. But very quickly, the IDF informed the public that this was dropping aid and provisions for IDF soldiers. And so this just a small illustration as to how the entire country is on edge with expanded security presence across the country, anticipating that terror organizations would take advantage of this tense day. Obviously, we're seeing the Houthis and different spokespeople for Hamas trying to show that they're continuing their war against Israel. And now we hear that the ceremony.
It looks like the ceremony is beginning. This is the unofficial ceremony held by the families of the hostages. Let's hear it begin.
וזה נכון שהחיטה חזרה לצמוח. אבל אני לא יכולה לשכוח. שהמורה מקריאה שמות, יש מלא שחסרים.
Calls out the names, many people are missing. And it's not just in our class, it's in many other places as well. Yuval's mother, someone's brother. Sometimes I think that a year went by and everything is different. Everything has changed. Everything that was here just disappeared. And until we come back, I'm asking you, please, let's remember what happened here. Let us remember all of them.
שכזאת לעולם לא תיתן את ליבנו לשכוח אהבה מקודשת בדם את תשובי בינינו לפרוח
מה רבים שאינם כבר בינינו.
So many are no longer with us. These words, after a year, get a different meaning. This evening is a very harsh one. It seems that in the short time of our country, it's never been as harsh. This evening touches every family, either directly or indirectly. We know that our soldiers are still fighting in Gaza and Lebanon. A year later, and the sadness and pain continues, and the memory is more tangible than it was before. Their memory, so beautiful, so happy that they were. Her memory with her smile, their memory just a second before they got married, and his memory, enjoying life. So many memories, so much love. And in view of this endless pain, we decided to tell the story of that Shabbat this evening, the way it was experienced by the bereaved family, the hostages' families, and the displaced families. It's our families from left and from right, north and right, religious and secular, Jews and non-Jews, anybody who lives here together. This is a story of a great break of a problem of identity, and maybe with time, when everybody comes home, it'll become a story of hope. And before we continue, we want to apologize, to ask for your forgiveness that we cannot tell all the stories. There's so many to remember, and especially this evening we selected to sing as well, because a song is like a prayer that connects people, and sometimes when you don't have words, tears without words, we need tunes. Thank you to the citizens of Israel and the people of Israel in Israel and abroad. This is your event. It happens due to you. Now, in this reality that was imposed of us, we feel your embrace. The families of October 7, a very small audience that are here with us are the families of people who were either murdered or kidnapped, and people, millions all over the world, are viewing us. And this embrace is a symbol of everything that's good and beautiful in this country. In the memory of the victims of October 7, please rise for a moment of silence.
יזכור מאת הרב שמואל סלוטקי, ששכל ב7 באוקטובר את שני בניו, ישי ונועם זכרם לברכה, לוחמי מילואים בגולני, שבשבת בבוקר
soldiers of the reserve, that on Saturday morning they realized what was happening. They put their uniform and took their weapons and went into battle where they fell, defending the settlements of the souls. The rabbi himself was a commander in the army. Please be seated.
יזכור עם ישראל
May the people of Israel remember the sons and the daughters, the victims of Simchat Torah of October, those who were murdered in their homes, in the kibbutz, in the moshav, in the cities, in the Gaza envelope that were invaded by a vicious enemy, the people who were running in the field from the murderers. Let us remember all the brave ones who rescued the settlement, the fighters in the kibbutzim themselves, the soldiers by the fence who fought. Many of them fell. The people of the rescue forces, the security, the police, and the IDF who came from all over the country to help their brethren. May we remember and be blessed by their offspring and mourn the loss of the beauty and youth and the sanctity of their willingness and deep devotion of those lost in battle. May we cherish in our hearts the memory of these heroes of Israel's victorious battles forever and ever. May we embrace those who survived, those who were injured in body and soul, the orphans, the widows, and all the people and the bereaved families, those who survived from all the communities of Israel who were supposed to leave their homes and were displaced and they don't know when they're going to come back. They are anxious for the safety of their hostages, those who are in Gaza and the MIAs. We are looking to them and we are not going to rest until they all come back. We will never be silent until everyone will come back to its land and the people of Israel will sit in its country in safety and peace. Captain Amitai Tzvi, an officer in Division 7, fell in Lebanon on October 15. Amitai wrote in his diary, "I have faith in the people of Israel and the state of Israel and the redemption of Israel and the IDF. And therefore I serve. I am privileged to be part of the great narrative of the people of Israel to bring good to the world." The father of Amitai, Tamir Granot, the head of the Yeshiva Hesder, many of the students actually have been fighting in Gaza and in Lebanon. He's going to say the prayer for the death, the Kaddish.
בעלמא דברה חירותי, וימליך מלכותי, ויצמח פורקני, וקרב משיחי. בחיי חון וביומי חון, ובחיי דכל בית ישראל. בעגלה ובזמן קריב, ואמרו אמן. יהא שמי רבה מברך לעלם, ולעלמי עלמיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר, ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר, ויתעלה ויתהלל, שמי דקודשה בריחו. לעילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, דאמירן בעלמה ואמרו אמן. יהא שלמה רבה מן שמיה, וחיים טובים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן.
בשבת התעוררנו לארץ אחרת.
On Saturday
לארץ
we
שכלל לא הכרנו.
woke up
זה
to
אומנם
another
אותו דגל,
country
אותם
that we
אנשים,
didn't
אבל לא המקומות
know.
בהם גרנו.
Not the same people, not the same places. The kitchen was all burnt and the laundry was just flying in the air. On Saturday we woke up to another country. On Friday we were dancing, we were singing, and now they are gone. And God knows, maybe they're singing in other places, far places. I want to visit my brother in the village. Such peace, such lovely wind. I'm shaken by the wind, but the wind now
a ghostly winds. We saw and heard the voices of happiness and then a terrible silence of bereavement. All we wanted to do is just dance, to know he will never marry, he will never go on a trip, he will not be a father to a son, he will never come back to Saturday dinners, we will never see his smile again. Freezing silence. You cannot recognize the home I grew up in. It's completely shattered and has a hole in it. Who knows when we'll be able to come back? On Saturday, we woke up to another country, to a country that we didn't really know. Although it's the same flag, the same people, but not the places in which we used to live. A child who's no longer there, a picture, I am here, he's there. I do not have another country. I do not have another country. מילה בעברית חודרת אלוקה אל נשמתי בגוף כואב בלב רעב כאן הוא ביתי לא אשתוק כי ארצי שינתה את פניה לא אוותר להזכיר לה ואשיר כאן באוזניה עד שתפקח את עיניה אין לי ארץ אחרת גם אם אדמתי בוערת רק מילה בעברית חודרת אלוקי אל נשמתי בגוף כואב בלב רעב כאן הוא ביתי לא אשתוק כי ארצי שינתה את פניה לא אוותר להזכיר לה ואשיר כאן באוזניה עד שתפקח את עיניה אחרת עד שתחדש ימיה עד שתפקח את עיניה
לצד משטרת שדרות הארוסה ייבנו מבנים חדשים.
Destroyed police station in Sderot. They built new buildings. In the kindergartens of the kibbutzim, they will paint the old slide. Someday we will go back to take trips down the south. We'll see flowers. We'll pick cherries in the south and in the north. We will go on a trip. We will bring everyone back, and that is when we will feel this warm embrace that we've all been waiting for. Someday it will happen.
יום אחד זה יקרה בלי שנרגיש משהו ישתנה, משהו ייגע בנו, משהו יירגע בנו, ולא יהיה ממה לחשוש. וזה יבוא כמו כף חרוט על כף יד, זה יבוא בטוח בעצמו, כאילו היה שם תמיד וחיכה שנבחין בו. וזה יבוא, אתה תראה, הידיים הקפוצות יתאחו, והלב השומר לא להיפגע, יפעם בקצב רגיל. זה יבוא כמו שהטבע רגיל, להיות שלם עם עצמו. זה יקרה בלי שנרגיש משהו ישתנה, משהו ייגע בנו, משהו יירגע בנו, ולא יהיה ממה לחשוש. וזה יבוא כמו כף חרוט על כף יד, זה יבוא בטוח בעצמו, כאילו היה שם תמיד וחיכה שנבחין בו. זה יבוא, אתה תראה, הידיים הקפוצות יתאחו, והלב השומר לא ייפגע, יפעם בקצב רגיל. זה יבוא כמו שהטבע רגיל, אתה תראה, הידיים הקפוצות יתאחו, והלב השומר לא ייפגע, יפעם בקצב רגיל. זה יבוא כמו שהטבע רגיל, להיות שלם עם עצמו. וזה יבוא, יפעם בקצב רגיל. זה יבוא כמו שהטבע רגיל, אתה תראה, הידיים הקפוצות יתאחו, והלב השומר לא ייפגע, יפעם בקצב רגיל. זה יבוא כמו שהטבע רגיל, להיות שלם עם עצמו. וזה יבוא, אתם יודעים שלא הכל יטלטל אותנו, ולא הכל יקה, ומה שיפתח לנו מחכה.
הדבר
thing I can think of is, first of all, home. You see the destruction, the fragments, but it's still home, even if this home will be demolished. It is the place from which my mother was taken and murdered, from which Carmel was abducted. Carmel is my big sister. As a child, she shaped many things in my life, in my identity. It shouldn't have happened. Carmel made a difference. She came and touched so many people. She still does touch so many people. It shouldn't have happened. She really saw everybody and wanted to see each and every one. And whoever wanted to should have seen her did not. My mother and Carmel are definitely wherever they are together. And the comfort that I find, that we find, is in life. When I see Arden playing with Geffen, when I see them and the people who have come back, people who are living, alive, and have survived, their stories could have ended differently. That brings me consolation. I'm here. On the morning of October 7th, 251 Israeli citizens and also citizens of the world were kidnapped. 117 were released alive, 37 murdered or killed in captivity, and 101 remain in captivity. Carmel Gat was 40 when she was killed in Hamas captivity. This is Carmel's family.
כביש ישר, שביל בגן, עץ ובית. אבא כאן, אמא שם, כאן נשארתי, מה שהייתי פעם מזמן, מה שעכשיו ילדות נשכחת. צריף ירוק, לא רחוק, בית הספר. מי נשאר, מי עבר, מי עודנו, מה שהיינו פעם מזמן. מה עוד מביא אותי תמיד אל אותה ילדות נשכחת. זוכר איך שהלכנו דרך קבע לאורך הרחוב המתרוקן, דבר לא השתנה, רק פה ושם טועה הצבע, אולי זה רק הלב שמזדקן. עוד שנה כבר למדנו מי אני, מי אתה, כבר איבדנו מה שהיינו פעם מזמן. מה עוד מביא אותי תמיד אל אותה ילדות נשכחת. זוכר איך שהבטחנו בלי לדעת מתי ואיך נחזור להיפגש. נדמה שרק אתמול אבל השמש כבר שוקעת, אולי זה רק הלב שמתרגש. שביל בגן עץ ובית, אבא כאן, אמא שם, כאן נשארתי, מה שהייתי פעם מזמן. מה עוד מביא אותי תמיד אל אותה ילדות נשכחת. מה עוד מביא אותי תמיד אל אותה ילדות
סיפורן של התצפיתניות מנחל עוז הפך לסמל של גבורה אינסופית
is a symbol of heroism.
של מחבלי חמאס. הדר כהן התגייסה באפריל
Hadar
23
Cohen
והגיעה
was
למוצב נחל
recruited
עוז רק חודשיים
in
וחצי.
Nahal Oz. She was only there for 2 months,
התורה נשארה הדר בבסיס.
and she was left there during the holiday on duty with incredible responsibility. Her father will address us. My Hadar, she fell, or rather was murdered in the Nahal Oz base. She was my youngest daughter, one daughter among 3 boys. She always worried about everybody else. And finally, she was deserted to die. All her friends together with her, when we cannot understand the heaviness, the burden of the responsibility that these girls bore. I'm standing here today as a father who lost his daughter, the only he had. I still don't believe it actually happened. I still don't know what's going to happen with the devastation of my own home, the devastation of the home of all of us. But we have to look at it out of strength. I'm standing here today with all the families of all the lookouts, of all those girls who were serving there. And I want people to hear, anybody who has to hear us. The blood of our daughters is crying from the earth. We can never be silent. We will never get tired. We have forces. We have strength. They have to take responsibility. Since the heaven and the skies fell on us and the light diminished in the house, Hadar wrote something for herself, and she said we should smile, if not now, then tomorrow. And then she wrote, my Hadar, I hope that you're hearing me now. I also pray that you will speak to us, that you will continue talking to us in the house. To the memory of those heroes, those lookouts, those girls, we are going now to brandish balloons, tens of hundreds of balloons in the air, calling to send to the sky 5 yellow balloons in memory of those lookouts who were murdered there. And another 5 for those hostages who are still there, the lookouts, who are still captive in Gaza today. Please bring them home.
It's my first time here. My eyes are looking for our cause. I really want to find my car to maybe find something from the last minute that he and I had together. Mor is my whole world. We were a couple who grew up together. We got to the juncture of the kibbutz, Mefalsim. We saw the white pickup. He said we should bend under the seats of the car and to pray to God and to hope that we'll be able to survive this. This was a minute that I think Mor realized that he was going to die. Everything I heard was just the shots and the shooting, and then husband was no longer alive. And we were just there in silence. I just spread my blood and his blood on me and on my friends so that they think we are dead. We were exposed to people who were murdered, to corpses, to abductions. And the worst thing we were exposed to was the rape. I never heard such cries for help as I heard from that woman. This is a complete helplessness as I've ever experienced in my whole life. I remember that I said in my heart, Mor, I don't know where you are now, but if you know that I'm about to die, then at least not this way. This is the song I dedicate to Mor every time I go to the cemetery. I really was privileged to love. Mor and Yuval married exactly a month before they went down to the kibbutz. 399 dancers and singers were murdered viciously by the terrorists of Hamas. Mor Trabelsi was 27 when he was murdered. May his memory be blessed.
כשהשמש נמחקת בשמיים והלב מטפטף לי דרך העיניים החומות ואני זוכר יש ידיים שרוצות אותי קרוב ואני יודע שזכיתי לאהוב אחרי הצהריים היא מפזרת ענפים קטנים ובינתיים זה נעים ואני זוכר שיש עיניים שרואות אותי קרוב ואני יודע שזכיתי לאהוב כי אני יודע שזכיתי לאור. כשהשמש יוצאת מעל המים ומתחיל עוד יום אפור, ובינתיים אין לנו סיבה, ואני זוכר רוצות אותי קרוב, ואני יודע שזכיתי לאהוב. אני זוכר שיש שפתיים שרוצות אותי קרוב, אני יודע שזכיתי לאהוב. שזכיתי
אלרועי, הבן היקר שלנו,
Elroi, our dear son, was 20 when he fell. He was born and raised and educated in Beit She'an, right on the Gilboa mountain, where Saul and Jonathan, his son, fought and fell, and about whom King David wrote, how did these heroes fall? He was a brave boy. He was born during Passover, birth of the Jewish people, and he was killed on Simchat Torah, another Jewish holiday, while defending the state of Israel. Elroi was in the border police, and he was also collecting intelligence. He was a warrior in Nachal Oz, and on Saturday, on Simchat Torah holiday, he fought together with his friends Neta Bar-Am, Daniel Schwerber, Amir Eyal, Shimon Lugasi, all of blessed memory. They fought hundreds of Hamas terrorists courageously. They fired at them, they killed terrorists, they took care of the wounded, they reported back to their commanders, and they fell like heroes while defending their homeland and the freedom of the people of Israel. How did the heroes fall? Out of the crisis, out of the grief, we stand here together, all of us, as one, with one heart, bearing in our hearts their blessed and sanctified memory, the memory of the fallen, with a quiet prayer that all hostages will return home and that all wounded will recover. The will they left behind in these terrible days was to also look inwardly as a nation. We must begin the repair by taking responsibility. My beloved son and all the other heroes and warriors took it upon themselves to be responsible. They sacrificed themselves, they gave their lives, and from the bottom of my broken heart, with love and concern for this beloved country, and not because of any political viewpoint, I would like to ask from this stage for a state investigation committee to be set up that will investigate the disaster of October 7th. The swords of iron war that was forced upon us by a vicious enemy broke out right after the Torah holiday and Sukkot holiday were over. And this is a holiday that represents solidarity, unity, togetherness, the shared story of all of us. On behalf of my son who is no longer, I would like to ask that we be worthy, that we be together. And there is no more people who dream of this. Just the promise of the wind that the rain will fall in the right time and that the end of Tishri will see the birth in the world.
שכחת את נקודת ההתחלה, אמרו לך יהיה בסדר ורק נהיה יותר נורא. האימהות קוברות ולא יהיה אף פעם שקט, רק עוד דורות של מלחמה. כל החיים אתה בורח מטיול שלא נגמר, משתנים אבל הכל נשאר אותו דבר. יש עוד אימה בקצה העין שלא ניגבת מעולם, זה יקרה באיזה בוקר שלא תהיה מוכן, לא יגנבו לנו את הדגל, אבל גנבו את המדינה. זה לא יכול להיות אחרת בארץ הפוכה.
יבגני, דינה, אלין ואיתן קפשיטר אהבו לטייל. בליל 6 באוקטובר נסעה כל המשפחה לקמפינג באזור חוף אשקלון. בבוקר שבת, מפרוץ האזעקות,
on Saturday morning, when sirens began to wail, they rushed to their home in Beersheba. At the last minute, they decided to take a shortcut and to go through Sderot Junction. A beautiful, loving family. There are no words to describe the suffering we have gone through. Everything reminds us of them. We didn't know anything. We had no idea. We didn't know where they were. Only at 12, on October 12th, they started knocking on our door. On the 12th, this was the first time that they found Dina. and that she's not alive. The 13th, they knocked on the door again and told us painfully that Zhenya, on the 15th, Eitan, on the 18th, Aline, as a mother, as a grandmother, I thought that it happened quickly. I hope so. I hope it happened quickly on the road, that it didn't pain them too much. The entire family. On Thursday, on Friday, they were there. And on Saturday, they were erased. The entire family was eradicated. The entire family. Evgeny, Dina, Alina, and Eitan did not manage to make it home. They were all killed in their car. 38 children were murdered that Saturday by Hamas terrorists, many of them together with their entire family. Evgeny, Dina, Alina, and Eitan Kapshiter. May their memory be a blessing.
Edna Malkamu
immigrated to Israel with her parents during Solomon operation and lived in Ofakim when the sirens began. Edna was about to finish her work, and when she was on her way to Ofakim, she was killed by terrorists. Edna was a mother, a role model, and she left behind 3 children. Avi Zakuto was the manager of the supermarket. My father was the one, I call him in the morning and he asks me, what is our timetable? What's your timetable? My father really was my best friend. My father is the most missing in the world. I miss seeing him. I miss getting the feeling from him that everything is going to be okay. We were so happy that he has this apartment because he waited for the time that he will have a place that he will feel comfortable in. Every time I got there,
I cannot but imagine what happened here. I have some pieces of the picture. I don't really know exactly what happened that day. My father was a medic, and I'm sure that he went out in order to help people. And every time I come here, I just imagine the situation. What was in his head? What was he thinking about? How did he feel? A week ago, I finished my first degree. I'm half a doctor. I'm waiting for it. I'm looking forward. But now he won't be able to see me ending my studies. He won't be able to see my brother graduating. Won't see us getting married. He will never be a grandfather. This is one of the things he really waited for. So every day, every moment, I would like to hope that he is proud, and I hope he feels good, that everything is okay. After he verified that all his employees are in a safe place, he went out and started shooting 52-year-old Avi. Zakoto was 53 when he was murdered. The family of Avi Zakoto.
שם בבית הקטן, שושנים פורחות בגן, ובשובך הלבן היונה, ואני חולם עכשיו על כנפיים של זהב, איך בשמיים אני עף ורק אלייך שם.
שנה עברה, ומי דמיין בכלל שאת החגים לא נחגוג יחד איתם?
Who imagined that we're not going to celebrate the holidays together with them? 101 hostages still there, so near yet so far. And until we bring them back home to us, all of them, nothing is going to be complete. Nothing will be as it was. Ita Korinvu, the mother of Tal Shoham, a hostage in Gaza for a whole year, will address us. On the 7th of October 2023, from Kibbutz Be'eri, 7 of my family members were captured, including Tal. 3 of them were murdered. The women and children came back 50 days later in the first deal. Tal and another 100 hostages are still there for a whole year in captivity, a whole year. The children, Nave and Yael, don't stop asking, where is Daddy? When is he going to come back? When Daddy comes back, he's going to be very old? In what country can you ask such questions? A boy of 9 and a girl of 4. Where are our brethren, the people of Israel? These are the hostages. On the 7th of October, we went through a Holocaust. There was also heroism, and the entire nation is waiting for the next stage, the stage of redemption. In the head, in the heart, in every cell in our body, we know that there will be no redemption without bringing the hostages back, all of them. I call upon the leaders of the world to put in the first order of priority the immediate release of all the hostages in a total deal that includes all of them. I console the sadness of the bereaved families of the IDF soldier, and I send speedy recovery to all the injured. And a personal note to my child, to Tal. My Tal, if you hear me or see me, we all miss you so much, and we're doing everything possible to bring you back and all the other hostages home. We do not give up on you. And on returning all the hostages, those who are alive to be released and all the dead to be buried. Because if we give up on them, we give up on us.
המקום הזה הוא מאוד מאוד קשה.
This place is very hard. It's overwhelming. I cannot escape the thought that here is where Reuven was killed, and it's difficult. Reuven was the kind of person who was a combination of extraordinary kindness. We met 17 years ago. I was a tour guide. He was a soldier in Golani, and he was a friend, a real friend, such a good friend. You can't quantify such love. It's eternal love. It's something that I can't describe in words. His death is really the essence of his life. It didn't surprise me that he went out. The rapid response unit of Shlomit that went to help, who but him will go to their aid? I can't even imagine or understand how many children will be born and how much life will continue thanks to his sacrifice. That gives me strength. That gives me meaning. We're proud of him and we support him despite the huge price we paid. Reuven really loved the people of Israel, whether they're religious, secular, left-wing, right-wing. It's fine that we have different opinions. The question is our love conditional? And Reuven's love for the people of Israel was unconditional. And so my heart is broken and crushed. It's something that we have to deal with every day. October 7th really is a wake-up call for all of us to wake up and unite and be together and protect our beloved homeland. 11 of the Rapid Response Unit of Shlomit went to help their friends in the battles of October 7th, and 4 of them paid with their lives. The stories of the heroism will remain. Reuven was 36 when he was killed.
זה עולם יפה ממש, זה מזרח תיכון חדש, וזו יפו תל אביב, רק שבוע לא רגוע מסביב, וזאת בועה מאוד קטנה, וזה אני וזה אתה, זה לא זהב, זה סתם נוצץ, זאת בועה שאם תיגע היא תתפוצץ. ואלה הם חיינו בזמן האחרון, יכול להיות יותר טוב, יכול לבוא אסון. ערב טוב ייאוש ולילה טוב תקווה, מי הבא בתור ומי בתור הבא. וזה רובה, זה מצלמה, וזה מצטלם כמו מלחמה, וזה נשמע כמו יריות כמו יפו בלילות. זה לא אש, זה הגפרור, זה לא מקטרת, זה ציור, וזה אתה וזה אני, וחבל שיום ראשון זה לא שני. ואלה הם חיינו בזמן האחרון, יכול להיות יותר טוב, יכול לבוא אסון. ערב טוב ייאוש ולילה טוב תקווה, מי הבא בתור ומי בתור הבא. ולילה טוב תקווה, מי הבא בתור, מי בתור הבא. וזה הסתיו, וזה עצוב, זה הבית, זה הכלוב, זה לא סיגריה ראשונה ובטח לא סיגריה האחרונה, זה מכונת המחשבות לא הצלחתי לחבות. וזה אני וזה אתה, והיה ביחד שהיה כי לא היה. אלה הם חיינו בזמן האחרון, יכול להיות ולילה טוב תקווה. מי הבא בתור, מי בתור הבא.
אתר כץ מאור, תושבת בארי שהייתה נצורה 19
resident of Be'eri, who was 19 and a half hours in a safe room with her children while her husband fought the terrorists, wrote in her diary, October 7th, 2023, 8:30. Gunshots. Ours, theirs, yelling in Arabic, theirs. I'm holding a knife in one hand, looking at the children, watching videos. In a minute, they'll knock on our doors wildly too. Gunshots. Ours, theirs. Getting 1 minute of silence. Taking off a shelf from the closet. Bringing a lamp and a blanket. I hope I won't have to put them in there. And please, don't let them have to go in there. Wild knocks on the door. I know it can be broken. Yelling in Arabic. I put my children in the closet. My children are in the closet. A minute of silence. I open the closet. They're sitting with a light on a blanket, holding one another. I tell them how proud I am of them. And the 6-year-old answers, Mom, I'm proud of you. Via Chetzroni was a mythological figure in Be'eri. He volunteered as a paramedic in Netivot and an ambulance driver, and over the years he cared for and saved many people, and he was very much respected in Netivot and Be'eri. He trained youth in Be'eri who were volunteering and saw them as his children. He was the connection between the different Gaza envelope communities. When there was a need for people in Be'eri, he recommended Amit, who was a volunteer. On October 7th, Amit went to the clinic and treated the rapid response unit injured while the fire was raging. The terrorists killed Ayala, Liel, and Yanai, and also reached Avia's home, where they killed him too, not far from the kibbutz clinic, where Amit hoped that nothing would hurt her.
נסיעה לפה בכביש 232
Driving here on Route 232 was like an arrow through the heart for me.
פה הסתיימו החיים של
This
מי
is
שהיה
where the life
הדבר הכי יקר לי
of the person
במשך
who was
25
dearest
שנה.
to me ended for 25 years.
זה המקום שבו הוא הפך להיות
This is where
הגיבור של
he
כולם,
became
ובעיקר
everyone's
הגיבור
hero,
שלנו, שלי ושל הילדים.
especially our hero, mine and the
וקשה לי מאוד
children's.
להגיע לפה
It's very hard
ולדעת
for me
שפה
to
זה
come
נגמר.
here and to know that this is where it ended.
ארתור היה בקו האש הראשוני.
Artur was in the line of fire, and we keep hearing more and more stories, and it fills us with so much pride. That's what keeps me going, knowing that he fell here, and many families will rise thanks to that. Many children will go back and dance thanks to that. I have hundreds of love letters. Indescribable, really. Hurts so much. That's my biggest pain. Having lost a friend. Not a day goes by that we don't talk and cry and miss him, because a love and a person like Artur you don't find anywhere. He was unique and he was ours. Artur's bravery saved many of the partygoers, and they called him the Nova Angel. On October 7th, 55 police officers fell, saving the citizens of Israel. Artur was 46 years old. This is Artur's family. This was the moment when the tears come down because you try to release, to let go of what you saw. If I were to imagine what the devil's parking lot would look like, it's dozens of burning vehicles in which were hundreds of young men and women. These are visions, these are images that I think that to my last day on earth I will take with me. No human can be born to see these things, not something that we are able to contain. I got to Shura, and there I saw people holding the pictures of the people they love the most, and you can identify, and they are standing there with pictures, and I can identify tattoos and hairdos, and I know that the people that are standing there, I treated their loved ones. Reality becomes terrible and you have no preparation for it. I don't sleep. I collapse into sleep. As soon as it gets dark and you find yourself alone, that's the moment when all the images, all the smells catch up with you. I try to imagine how we will be able to celebrate Simchat Torah, the holiday this year. Soldiers, volunteers, and many civilians were exposed to horrors, and many of them have been scarred by the pain and grapple with mental health issues.
אל נבקש הכל לדעת, אל נסתקרר לגבי המחר. יש לפעמים שסיבה לא נודעת, יש לפעמים שנסתר הדבר, יש דברים נסתרים, לא נבין, לא נדע, נעשה גם דברים שנראים בלי סיבה. לא צריך כל דבר לחקור ולשאול, לפעמים גם מותר לא לדעת הכל.
אל נבקש סיבה לכל צעד, אל נבקש לדעת כל סוד. יש לפעמים שסיבה לא נודעת, אל נתייאש, אל נפסיק לצעוד. יש דברים נסתרים, לא נבין, לא נדע, נעשה גם דברים שנראים בלי סיבה. לא צריך כל דבר לחקור ולשאול, לפעמים גם מותר לא לדעת הכל. יש דברים נסתרים, לא נבין, לא נדע, נעשה גם דברים שנראים בלי סיבה. לא צריך כל דבר לחקור ולשאול, לפעמים גם מותר לא לדעת הכל.
סיפורם של תומר גרינברג וסלמן
story
חבקה,
of Tomer Greenberg and Salman Chanukah is a story about the beautiful Israel unified. The two commanders who met in the army, one from a Druze village in the north, and both Salman and Tomer advanced in the army, but they paid with their life in the war defending this country. The last conversation of Commander Salman. Can you help? Can you help? Thank you, Salman. I'm very appreciative that you came to help. Colonel Salman Khalkha, the commander, was killed in the north of the Gaza Strip at the beginning of the war. He was 33 years old. Lieutenant Colonel Greenberg fell as well, also in the north, a month after his comrade, and he was 35. Shira, the widow of Tomer, and Arin, the widow of Salman, will address us.
This
is our time to fight and to win. Our strength is in our unity. This sentence that Salman said to his men before they entered Gaza, I heard from the woman I never met before. I didn't know then that a month later I too will have this very dubious honor of becoming a widow of a commander. And we went all the way from the Galilee to the Dead Sea in order to console each other. Only after they died, my Salman and Tomer, Shira, I realized the depth of the connection between them. You see, this tape that seems so simple is just a small window to big moments, much deeper. This was a contact between two commanders, two leaders, brave, who understood the responsibility, also two fathers of small children who knew what the risk was, but they never hesitated. Anyone who grew up with love to this country, home which is unified for the two peoples.
אתה מסתדר על משפחה של לוחמים,
משפחתה
של סלמן. בעצם אני הייתי בטנק עם דוד שלו, זיאד, גם מכפר ינוח, כשבעלך נפל והייתי להתקשר ולהשיג להוציא אותו מעזה. דורות של לוחמים במשפחה הזאת, ובכלל כל חברינו ועדינו.
It's generations of warriors in this family of Druze.
אולי נעבור לשיר.
And now let's go over to a song.
אם אתה הולך אז קח אותי, אתה שומע זאת אני שואל לך
We'd like to give an opportunity to Shir and Natalie to finish their address. The future is grim and we are waiting for challenges, but our enemies will not win over us if we are united and be one nation. We have to remember, unity is not conformative. Tomer and Salman were different from one another. And this is what connected the two of them. We lost the dearest of all, but forever we did not lose our hope. Thank you. Thank you very much. The terrorists of Hamas did not spare anybody, not a religion, not a nation. They changed their fate. Oded Jaraushe was the one who volunteered. He was an ambulance driver. He was also in the dance party. He left his ambulance and ran to help people, to try to evacuate people. He treated people who were hurt until he was shot 0 point. His sister is going to address us. Many people ask me, what kind of a child was Awad? Anybody who knew him from the stories about the awful Saturday, they knew he was a medic and an ambulance driver who was murdered in the Nova party. But for us, Awad was our smallest child in the house, our light, our life. And he was the one who filled the house with love and warmth. Awad was a child who always liked to help. He was filled with energy. He was a young boy full of dreams. He wanted to be a doctor, but also a big chef. He wanted to have his own family, but also to remain forever near their parents. After 6 days of uncertainty, our Awad came home in an ambulance, but this time as a dead soldier. Awad, I can hear the words that mother tells about you in the evenings. The atrocities of the Saturday morning. For many people, it's difficult to hear them, but this is the language of our childhood, a language we dreamt of a better future, about love, about peace, and about life to all of us. I will quote my mother. She's speaking in Arabic. He continues in Arabic. Awad, I hope that you heard me, said mother. Thank you. I'm sure that Eli loved the nature and the country and his team, the amazing team that is still fighting today in Gaza, in the north, everywhere. Eli was an officer, an amazing boy, always smiling, sensitive. He loved the country. They had to stay the last Shabbat before he was supposed to end the service. They kept saying the last Saturday, the last Saturday, and it was. From all aspects, it was the last Saturday. They came here to the kibbutz.
He was covering his men when they entered the kibbutz. I see him and I see the way he went through in order to save lives. He was going to go to the kibbutz Shfayim, and when I saw the people who were evacuated from our kibbutz and went to the other kibbutz, it was a consolation. I woke up to the sirens. I didn't know what was to wait for. And he came here, it was the last time, 4 days that I've been looking for my child. And he didn't return home. I got him back in a coffin. The heroism of Eli and his team saved a lot of the inhabitants of the kibbutz, Kfar Aza. 728 soldiers whose name were published fell from the 7th of October. Captain Eli Adeni. This is his family here this evening.
אתה זוכר כשהיינו עוד קטנים, היינו מסתתרים מאחורי חציר, סלי עגבניות ורוח של אוקטובר שורקת באוויר.
אבנים בנעליים, חיוך על הפנים, פרחים בשיער. עבדה הדרך אל הכפר, הדרך בה רציתי לשוב בחזרה.
שדה הקרב יהפוך לשיבולים, או תראה שנחזור ונגדל פה ילדים. שדה הקרב יהפוך לשיבולים, אנשים יפים ימשיכו לרקוד על השבילים, יכתבו כאן עוד שירים ואלפי כלניות יכסו את התמיד.
אתה זוכר כשהיינו כבר גדולים, היינו מסתתרים מאחורי הקיר, סלי אבק שרפה וריח של אוקטובר הצית את האוויר.
אבק בנעליים, חיוך בלי פנים, בחי שבת על השולחן. עבדה הדרך אל הכפר, הדרך בה ראיתי איך הכל נגמר.
שדה הקרב יהפוך לשיבולים, או תראה שנחזור ונגדל פה ילדים. שדה הקרב יהפוך לשיבולים, אנשים יפים ימשיכו לרקוד על השבילים, יכתבו כאן עוד שירים ואלפי כלניות יכסו את התמיד.
שדה הקרב יהפוך לשיבולים, סירי תקווה ינביטו יטפסו אל הגבהים.
שדה הקרב יהפוך לשיבולים, אנשים יפים ימשיכו לרקוד במרחבים, יכתבו כאן עוד ספרים ואלפי כלניות
יכסו את השנים.
לפני שנה בדיוק, המקום הכי יפה,
Exactly 1 year ago, the most beautiful place, full of hope and joy, became hell. Single moment we understood what it meant to be alone. To hold the handle of the safe room with one hand, and to hold the knife in the other, no food or water to try and calm the kids down. Promise things will be okay. In the meantime, get updates on the phone about one more place that was conquered, one more home that was burned down, one more neighbor who was murdered. 64 of Kfar Aza residents were murdered on that terrible day, some of them my closest friends. 16 kibbutz members were kidnapped, among them Alon, my younger brother. That day we had no army, no state. A day when all we had was ourselves, the civilians. It's called being left to our own resources. Instead of standing together, thousands, we stand here and wait for a siren. Instead of having a state investigation committee set up that will investigate this failure, we have to ask questions on our own. And we don't get any answers. I'll give you an example. There's no vision, there's no leadership, there's no assuming of responsibility. Alon's story is the reverse. It's the story of my generation, our generation, Israelis who are resourceful, courageous, and cool-minded. 65 days, his friends Yotam and Samer were in captivity, in inhuman conditions, no water, no food. They were tortured, they were threatened, and then they wrote one word on a white sheet of paper, help. It didn't help. 5 days they looked for the light, but unfortunately it was taken away from them at the last minute. Alon, my brother, went against every natural instinct. He initiated, he led, he wasn't afraid to make a mistake, he wasn't afraid to believe. He navigated for 5 days in the middle of a neighborhood that was being bombed in Gaza, and no one thought it was possible. Even in the worst of conditions, even when there was no chance, no hope, he believed, Alon believed in something good that will happen, and he left us with light. And I believe that from the ruins and destruction, from the inferno, a new generation will arise, a generation that believes in us, an Israeli society that is corrected, that is united. Generation that believes in the Israeli spirit. Generation that will rebuild the ruins and will build a better state, one that is more value-based, one where you pursue truth. Sanctify it and don't let it go. State that relies on mutual responsibility, where you do everything you can for the other, for your friends, to return 101 hostages who are in Hamas tunnels. State we will be proud to raise our children in, a thriving state, the Jewish people, and for anyone who is associated with us. Alon, my hero of a brother. Thank you for showing us the way. Thank you for setting these standards. We will not let go until we correct, until we repair, until we build. We will be the generation that emerges from the ruins, from the Holocaust, from the inferno, and will realize the new Zionist vision, so that Alon's way will become the reality. Be active, Am Yisrael Chai. I'm very moved to be here. We come from a place of unity, not a place of separation and division. And the whole day I have a sentence going around in my head that my daughter said. We can't make darkness smaller, but we can make light bigger. I think that's very important for us these days. I met this child a week ago. His name is Yagil Yaakov. He was kidnapped from his home in Nir Oz on October 7th with his brother Or. Shir, his older sister, miraculously survived. His father Yair and Merav, his partner, were kidnapped from their home in Nir Oz. Yagil and Merav returned in the deal. And later it turned out that Yagil's father Yair was murdered and his body remains in captivity in Gaza. Yagil will read the beginning of my song for you. There were houses there, dispersed. That's where my childhood was. What about me? I am a gun charged with yearning. And it's coming back. It's coming back. Do you understand? It's coming back to me in my room. Every song is a memory, an inevitable memory. So I didn't have a large car. I didn't know what was at the edges of the only street where there were secrets held and fields of irises.
שם ילדותי ומה איתי אני אקדח טעון געגועי וזה חוזר את מבינה חוזר אליי בחדר כל שיר הוא זיכרון בלתי נמנע באצטדיון נדהם וצר להכיר עם כל בני האדם אני אומר מחכה שהקונצרט יתחיל הלהקה כבר מוכנה האצבע על ההדק כל שיר הוא זיכרון בלתי נמנע אז לא הייתה לי מכונית גדולה אז לא ידעתי מה יש בשולה של הרחוב היחידי שמעברו היו כמוסים שדות של ירוסים שם היו בתים דומים בלילה מי הבדיל ולפעמים משם באים אליי עוד ילדים אולי לא ילדים זו לא אותה מדינה כבר לא אותו החדר רק השיר כמו זיכרון בלתי נמנע הייתה לי מכונית גדולה אז לא ידעתי מה יש בשולה של הרחוב היחידי שמאיפה היו כמוסים היו שם שדות של ירוסים לא ראיתה לי מכונית גדולה לא ידעתי מה יש בשולה של הרחוב היחידי שמעברו היו כמוסים סודות, שדות של אירוסים. בואו נסיים בתפילה לחזרת 101
End with a
החטופים.
prayer for the return of the hostages.
אתם יכולים לשיר איתי?
You can sing along with me.
כבר יבשו עינינו מדמעות, ופינו כבר נותר אילם בלי קול. מה עוד מבקש שמו, מה עוד? כמעט ביקשנו לנו את הכל. את הגשם תן רק בעיתו, ובאביב בזר לנו פרחים, ותן שיחזרו שוב לביתם. יותר מזה אנחנו לא צריכים. את הגשם תן רק בעיתו, ובאביב בזר לנו פרחים, ותן שיחזרו שוב לביתם. יותר מזה אנחנו לא צריכים.
לסיום, כבר כמעט 77 שנים נמשך סיפור אהבה
Almost 77 years our love story with this country continues, and as we said at the beginning of this evening, it's the story of us all, and it will be told for years to come. The story of the people who look one another in the eye with a feeling of hope, tolerance, unity, and knowing that we can do things differently. The story of a country that has brought us all back home, the hostages, the displaced, the soldiers, and then, with God's help, a new chapter will be written in our story, the story of rebirth. Dafna Admati, a musician and officer in the Israeli Air Force who survived the massacre in Be'eri, and Tal Elzam, who has been serving, to sing Hatikva, the Israeli national anthem. Please rise.
All right, we are back live on I24 News. We just witnessed the non-official or alternative ceremony that was held in honor of the victims of October 7th and the families of the hostages. Very, very emotional 2 hours, a lot of tears here in the studio. We saw a lot of tears in the crowd that was there. Interestingly, you know, one of the things that we were talking about, the three of us, Kalev, Ariel, and myself here in the studio throughout the ceremony, was the decision to have these two separate ceremonies and why that was made. We obviously saw calls by the father of one of the fallen for a state investigation into the military failure that took place on October 7th. The mother of hostage Tal Shoham is saying that there's essentially no rehab without the return of the hostages. So a lot of messaging about the fact that this may be a year later, but we're not over this, and there still needs to be answers from our government. I mean, I'm interested to hear what your take was.
Well, first of all, let me just say, it was a tremendously moving ceremony. The only point of comparison I have is with the memorial concert for those of us who were around immediately after, in memory of Yitzhak Rabin when he was assassinated. But of course, that was the tragedy of one man, a national tragedy. This even more so, the stories we heard. I will also just say, as you said, rightly, Natasha, this is actually the alternative ceremony compared to the official ceremony. But I think many people are going to look at this ceremony
as the official,
as having been the official, in a way, ceremony of the nation, as opposed to the ceremony coming up, which of course will feature speeches by the president, the prime minister, but hard to imagine it will be as moving as this.
I mean, Ariel, we obviously spoke about just the list of singers. I mean, these are the most famous people in Israel who chose to take part in this ceremony. We still don't have a clear list of who's going to be in the government ceremony yet. I mean, what do you think this tells us about the public narrative, what the public feels a year after October 7th?
Yeah, Natasha and Kalev, this was the most Israeli ceremony you could expect on a day like this, and they didn't call it the alternative ceremony. They called this the National Memorial Ceremony of the 7th of October families. That is the official name. The next ceremony that we're going to see is the state ceremony, but this had all the A-lists. Every big singer that Israel can muster up came to perform here, and you had singers that their public, their audience really is either on the right, on the left. This was
the political
as Israeli of a ceremony as you can get, and they really covered all the bases, all the victims, civilians, emergency service people, the tragedies in the kibbutzim, in the cities. Really, they covered all the bases in the most in the most delicate and sensitive and emotional way you could. This is really the most Israeli ceremony you could expect.
You know what stands out? I mean, obviously it was a decision to just sing song after song, which they, initially they said, essentially for us, music is prayer, and that is what we're trying to do today. But also, the speeches were the speeches of family members, people who had been directly impacted by October 7th. And so it was finally giving them a platform to really speak. But it looks like we have the official ceremony beginning right now.
Right. So
this is the state ceremony.
Very much so.
מישהו שומע אותי מישהו שומע אותי הלו מישהו שומע אותי מישהו מקשיב לי שומע אותי בן אדם לי לשתות איתו, להעביר איתו את הלילה, כי הלילה הזה מתקרב לקיצו, מתמעט והולך. היי, מישהו שומע אותי שומע אותי כי הלילה הזה מתקרב לקיצו, מתמעט והולך, מתמעט והולך, מתמעט והולך. מי שלא שומע אותי
בחרדת קודש נפתח את המשדר הממלכתי.
We are going to open this ceremony a year to the vicious attack that happened on October 7. The families, the communities, the kibbutzim, the settlements, the cities, the councils, the party sites, the great massacre that Israel experienced ever before. The morning of the holidays, the gates of hell were opened. People murdered, raped, kidnapped, people, men, women, children, babies, and elderly, Jews and non-Jews from Israel and the world. They shattered everything they saw. They killed, they murdered. My little sister Noah, who was so close to me, they murdered a minute after she danced with her friends. And vis-a-vis the great evil, we saw the Israeli heroism and mutual responsibility for one another. And the heart, the aching heart for so many fallen Israelis and foreign, our loved ones who were abducted and are still agonizing in this terrible captivity. Our heart is with them and their families. We remember our dear girls and boys, civilians, the security forces, the IDF, the Shabak, the Mossad, the police, the prison guards, and the people from the First Help who fought with bravery and dedication in the Western Negev, in the heroic battles that have been going on since then, and in the north, and in Judea and Samaria. Among the heroes was Shauli, my dearest son, who fell in the battle of Gaza. The pictures, the voices, and the views are hard to bear. They entered every home in Israel, and out of all that, I can see Eden, my beloved child, who was abducted on October 7 on her way home from the Nova Festival and was murdered in the captivity of Hamas. After 67 days, my daughter was given back to me lifeless. On these terrible hours, thousands of people were calling for help. It got to me as well. I can still hear the voice of Shlomit, my niece, who I raised like my daughter, and I hear her yelling, screaming, they're shooting at me, and I cannot help her. And my heart is broken. When I was hearing her last breaths, we kept praying that she will come back, but her body was found in the tunnels 8 months later. I will never forget the views and the voices, the 25 hours with my wife and daughters in the safe room, when the terrorists are shattering my house. The voices of my neighbors who were murdered next to me, and the groans of the neighbor, also the death of the soldiers who were defending almost with their bare hands the kibbutz. Those fragmental moments are etched in our national memory, another chapter in our history. The events of that terrible day is going to accompany us, including the units of the army. One of them was a soldier, but was discovered later as a singer.
מי רופא לי שבור אלה יוצר בחושך עושה שלום ומלחמה מי יושב על כיסא דין מתקסם ברחמים מוכר וסולח מביט ויודע ירפא ליבי אל מי אני מתגעגע כמו ים שאין לו חוף רק תגיד לי מי יחבק אותי ויבטיח שאני לא אכנע בסוף מי היה הווה ויהיה מי ממית ומחיה פותח ידיים מצמיח כנפיים ומי ירפא ליבי אל מי אני מתגעגע כמו ים שאין לו חוף רק תגיד לי מי יחבק אותי ויבטיח שאני לא אכנע בסוף נה 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 מתגעגע כמו ים שאין לו חוף רק תגיד לי מי יחבק אותי ויבטיח שאני לא אכנע בסוף שאני לא אכנע בסוף
וכעת דבר נשיא מדינת ישראל, מר יצחק הרצוג.
The President of the State of Israel, Mr. Yitzhak Herzog.
שנה שלמה של שבר וכאב.
Entire year has gone by of grief and heartbreak. It's been a year since the morning of Simchat Torah that has become our day of disaster, the morning of October 7th. It's been a year since a murderous enemy went into our homes, murdered, burned, raped, massacred, and kidnapped. And all with great joy, like a monster. Until my last day, I will be accompanied by the smell of the burnt bodies and the sight of the puddles of blood, alongside the family photos and toys in the heaven that became a hell. And just like prayer, it's been a year that we have been crying for all the fallen and kidnapped, all those who died in the different ways, whether in their homes, whether outside, whether on the street, whether in the outpost or on the battlefield, whether on the bus stop or in the police station. Who was in the car, who was in the shelter, who in the kibbutz, who in the party, who by rockets and missiles, who in tunnels and who in hiding places. Forever, forever we will remember them. It's been a year since this heinous crime against humanity. Our brothers and sisters have been kidnapped by murderers. Our hearts are tied with theirs. We are concerned and worried about them, and we know that we will not be whole or complete until they return to us. The sanctity of life that flows through our veins demands of us, especially the leadership, to do this Jewish deed, the supreme value of returning them safely. It's been a year, and all our many displaced brothers and sisters in the north and south remain so. And I would like to strengthen the IDF and security forces who have been fighting valiantly on all fronts. I would like to embrace their concerned families who are resilient and powerful in this challenging time. May I remind you of our duty as a state to have all Israeli residents return to their homes safely. I would like to address you, members of the bereaved families. I look into your tearful eyes, and on behalf of an entire country, I hang my head low, and I am thankful and fearful, and I hope that you will find consolation. I am praying and crying out that we will be worthy of your beloved, and I would like to embrace those who have been wounded mentally and physically. We must support them and accompany them as they heroically try to recover. It's been a year that we have been filled with faith and pride, a year that we've been exposed to great civilian and military valor, men and women who resourcefully and in a dedicated way that is unbelievable are saving lives, families, and communities. I am so proud to be a member of this nation, a nation that every day anew revives the only Jewish nation state in the world, and this vibrant Israeli democracy that is a beautiful mosaic of opinions and faiths. A nation that yearns and prays every day for peace and knows how to stand strong against any enemy. A nation that shows so much strength, unity, mutual responsibility. Am Israel Chai. Long live the Jewish people. It's been a year, and this morning at 6:29 at the Nova Rave massacre site, I began a 3-day mourning period. I would like to tell you, my brothers and sisters, about what my eyes have seen. I see a new building rising from the ruins and destruction. I see men and women who are remarkable, who love this country so much that they rise up from the dust and start over. I see friendship, I see hope, I see Israeli spirit that is so strong, it's invincible. And from here, I promise to all of us that we will continue to build and reap joyfully what we have sowed tearfully. And the elderly will sit in the gardens of the homes in the Negev, and on the streets of the Galilee, we will see children playing. We will rise up together, only together, and this love that has been sanctified with the blood will continue to grow among us. We will remember the memory of the souls of our sons and daughters, the hero and the pure, the victims of October 7th, 2023, on the day of Simchat Torah 5784. We will remember our beloved who were murdered in cities, in fields, on streets, in towns, in homes, in safe rooms, on paths, in streets, on the beach, in parties, in bushes, in the bleeding paths of this country. We will remember and we will not forget our beloved who have been kidnapped, tortured, and killed in the tunnels, and the wailing of the darkness around them. We will remember the young children, young men and women who were raped, burned, and murdered by murderers and terrorists. We will remember the brave who have gone to the aid of their brothers and sisters and valiantly fought, the warriors and the rapid response unit members, the IDF soldiers, the police forces, warriors, the brave, the emergency services, the ISA, who all fought for the revival of the Jewish people, were courageous enough to fight for their country to fight the enemy in the south, in the north, throughout Israel, and have fallen. We will remember all the Western Negev communities, the cities of the south and the north, who have protected and defended the border for us. We will remember those who spoke comfortingly, who were wounded and hurt physically and mentally, those who could not stand up any longer. We will remember and we will grieve the beauty of those who have died and the youth of those who have fallen. We will not be silent until we will bring our beloved back, until we come back home, until we sit on our land peacefully and safely. May the victims of October 7th and the entire war be sealed in our hearts forever.
יש רגעים נגמרות לי המילים, רק הראש מלא תמונות, רעשים ודמיונות. רגעים נגמרים ההסברים, רק הלב עובד שעות לכסות את הדמעות. אם יש גן עדן או מקום מסתור עכשיו, חבקי אותי ואפסי וקחי אותי אליו.
אל תבכה, אני בוכה בשבילך. אל תפנה, אני אצעד בשבילך. רגליי בחולי עד אפול וגופי שבו למרגלות הנחו.
שוב כמו מקיט אל חלום, מתחמק מן האור, מגשש בין כתליו. חזור, הרבי לי כחלם, כשחולה מאוסר, על חבצי שונה. אל תבכה, אני בוכה בשבילך. אל תפנה, אני אצעד בשבילך. עד כלות רגליים מחולי, עד אפול וגופי שבו למרגלות הנחו. אל הרוח, אל המים, אל האש, כמו תפוח שרחק מן העץ. המקום מסתור עכשיו, קחי אותי אליו. אני רוצה בנפש פנימה, לחזור הביתה אל ביתי, כמו שהיה בילדותי. קורא לך אמא, אני רוצה בנפש פנימה, לחזור אליי שלא אצא מדעתי. אל תפנה.
הם היו בני 4-5
They
כשהתיישבו על
were 4
הכיסאות
or 5
הקטנים,
years
מחייכים
old when they
בתמימות
sat
על
on the
הצלם
little
בתמונת
chairs,
הסיום של הגן.
smiling at
אחד
the
נרצח,
photographer.
השני
One was
נחטף.
murdered,
הם
the
היו
other
בני
one
5
abducted.
כשנעמדו
They were
מתוחים
5
מהתרגשות בתמונת
years
המחזור של
old
הגן במושב.
when they were
שניים
pictured.
נרצחו במסיבה,
2 of them were
השלישי נפל
murdered
במלחמה.
in the party and the
ועוד
3rd
חבורה,
fell in battle.
יחד התבגרו, יחד התגייסו,
They grew up
יחד
together,
לחמו
they recruited to the army
ונפלו.
together,
3
they
קברים
fought and
בשכבה
fell.
אחת.
3
יישאר
graves
שצחוקם
in
של
one
12 ילדים
class.
וילדות במגרש
12
יעלה
children
בשריקה אחת.
in
שתמונת החברים
playground
מהתיכון תהפוך
completely
למצלמת גבוהה.
disappearing.
גיבור במיגונית, גיבור בקרב,
A hero in the
גיבור
safe
ששרד
room, a
במנהרות עד
hero in
שנרצח.
battle, and a hero who
שגרה,
survived in the tunnels
תמונת
until he
מחזור,
was murdered.
תמונת
This
זיכרון.
is a class picture,
את השיר
the
ישירו
last picture.
ילדי
The
הנגב
song will be
המערבי,
sung by
ביניהם
the children
ינאי
of the
הראל
western
ממושב עין
Negev,
דודו של ינאי, מישל ניסנבאום,
including
נרצח
Yanai.
כאשר
His
יצא
uncle,
לחלץ את נכדתו הקטנה
Nisselbaum,
במחנה צבאי
was
ברעים.
murdered when he
הוא
tried to
נפטר
save
וגופתו
his
הושבה
little
על ידי
grandchildren.
חיילי צה"ל. אל
He
ינאי
was
מצטרפים יואב מיכאל מעין הבשור,
together
תלמידיו
with
של שלומי
Yoav
מטיאס,
and
המורה
Michael,
הנערץ
the
למוזיקה
students
שנרצח עם
of the
אשתו שחר
revered
בביתם
teacher
בקיבוץ
who
חולית,
was murdered
שירה
with his
זגורי
wife
ואוריה
Shachar in the
אדרי מאופקים,
kibbutz,
ליאן
and
טרבלסי
Yehuda
מנתיבות,
Edri from
ולונה
Ofakim,
רבח ממג'דל
and other
שמס,
people from
ששלושה
Netivot,
מחבריה
and
נהרגו מפגיעת
young
הרקטה במגרש
children
הכדורגל.
in Majdal Shams,
עבור המשדר הממלכתי
children
נכתב
in the
במיוחד
playground.
בית חדש,
A
לשיר
new
אצלנו בגן.
song was written especially for this occasion.
אצלנו בגן יש המון ילדים, את חלקם אני אוהב, את חלקם אני לא מכיר, אבל מי לא שמע על האומץ של רן? הוא הכי מהיר בחול, הוא הכי חזק בגן, אבל יש לו סוד אחד שפחד הוא לגלות, שהוא כל כך מאוהב באחת הילדות. אז בלילות קרים עם פנס מתחת לשמיכה הם מדברים, והוא מגלה למים בשבילה כל עולמו מוגן מתחת לשמיכה. אצלנו בגן יש הרבה חברות, יש כאלה נחשבים, יש כאלה שפחות, אבל מי לא שמע על קופצי הנדנדות, מרים להם כפיים, מלמדים אותם לנחות, מורמים על נס הדגל, גאוות כל האזור, רק לפעמים כשהם קופצים רחוק הם שוכחים לחזור. אז בלילות קרים עם פנס מתחת לשמיכה הם מדברים, והוא מגלה למים בשבילו כל עולמו מוגן מתחת לשמיכה. אצלנו בגן נפרדים בשמחה, כי היום לא ארוך ונפגשים שוב מחר, חוץ מאלה שפתאום לא חוזרים יותר לגן, אמרו לי שהם רק עברו דירה מעבר לענן. אצלנו בגן מקבלים את כולם, מי גדל מול נוף העמק, מי שיחק בצל ההר, מבקשים דקה של שקט את היום הזה ממש, בין דמעות
התנפסנו לתאומות של כאב.
We fell into depth of pain. It's so difficult to rise. How can we live after that? How can we cope with the sadness? People from the Western Negev, women who were evacuated, mothers who were bereaved, creating a visual diary, the stories that are difficult to describe in words. One night they feel that things are simple and you can touch them easily, and maybe we can still love again. A visual diary that was created by people who were displaced and bereaved families. We traveled in caravans and we saw burnt cars, and we saw everything that you can write in a picture. Among all the things that are happening in the world, I want to describe the leading pain. We didn't know how difficult it's going to be.
ותלכי בו כהלך חתם ומחשוף כף רגלך ילטף בעלי האספסת או שלפי שיבולים יתקרוך ותמתק דקירתם
היצירה עזרה לי להתגבר על הגעגועים. מחכה שכבר נחזור לשלומי.
So I really hope one day we'll be able to go back there. This is a song for all these people who did not come back from that dark Saturday. You will never sing again. I remember the hope when Ayelet said we are going to have a new heart. Your light, Amitai, our sun, continues to fill our hearts and light the world.
ונשמת את ריחו של התלם, נשום ורגוע, וראית את השמש בראי השלולית הזהוב, ופשוטים
Out of broken worlds, new ways of handling the pain emerge. A year ago, our world collapsed and it was hard to see any rays of light. But they say that the heavens are blue above us and are filled with light, and perhaps someday we too will be able to see the light. The next song will be made by Daniel Weiss and Ophir Rachum. Daniel's parents died in kibbutz Be'eri, and Yehudit, Daniel's mother, was kidnapped from her home and her body was returned from Gaza. 3 of Ofri's family members were killed in an over-raid. Her sister Nitzan was 4 months pregnant. Her partner Lidor Levi and her uncle Risasi. Daniel and Ofri have managed, despite the pain and despite the difficulty, like many others, to rise up and to see the light.
בשנייה אחת, בלי להתכונן, הנשימה נעצרת, לא מרגישים שום דבר, פתח את העיניים, לא רואה כלום,
I opened my eyes and I saw nothing, I was blind.
כמו בסרט, סרט רע
like a movie,
כל הכביש היה רק גופות,
the whole road was filled with bodies. I heard people yelling that there were no bullets left. And there were officers and yelling. They were yelling in Arabic. Everyone was running. I thought it was the end. My husband Moshe and my son Eliad went to battle to fight terrorists and were killed. And he called and said, Dad was hit in the chest, and then he too fell at his feet. I was walking among the bodies and there was silence, a deathly silence, and I understood that my life work is no longer.
אבא שלך נפצע והוא לא יחזור ואתה תראה אותו רק בתמונות. הלב שלי התרסק.
My heart broke, it shattered.
שני הבנים שלי יצאו להילחם
בפקודה,
בלי קריאה. הרגו מחבלים ביחד ונפלו ביחד.
They killed terrorists together and they died together. Yes, bodies were found next to one another. Ofek went to get a knife from the kitchen so that they would have something to defend ourselves with. And then I heard gunshots. And I saw him lying on the floor. Shuismak. What's your name? What's your name? And I got a bullet in my stomach.
עצמתי עיניי, אטמתי ליבי והרגשתי איך אני מתפרק מכל כאביי, מכל בדידותי.
אני אימא גאה של רן גבילי, שוטר יס"מ, ב7/10 נחטף לעזה. הודיעו לנו שהוא לא בין החיים.
ולרגע יכולתי לשמוע שירתם ורציתי לעלות גבוה לפרוח איתם.
באותו רגע אני לא מבינה שירו בי, אני רק הרגשתי תנופה קדימה.
הוכרזתי כמת, רופא על המסוק אמר להם שאני לא אשרוד את שיבה. אתה לא מאמין מה שקורה, אבל אני מבין שאתה נמצא במלחמה. על הקשקש חיים למוות.
I was really on the brink of dying.
של הגשם נקבות בתוכי, יורדות מתחתיי והרוח קרה ונואשת, הקפיאה אותי, הכבידה עליי. כשקמתי בקומה, הדבר הראשון שהלכתי לאמא שלי תמונה וכתבתי לה, אני נראית כמוך.
My mother a picture and say I look like an alien. I was used to being the pretty girl. Life is built of small victories, being able to stand on my fake legs for the first time. Suddenly I'm peeing with both legs standing up.
פתח את העיניים,
I opened my eyes, and then the big miracle happened. I saw the light. I see the light every day. On the one hand, I lost my sons, but on the other hand, I heard they were angels dedicating their lives, their last moments. This big light that we see is the mutual responsibility of the Jewish people. Every morning we go into Rani's room, we turn on the light, and we wanted him to get light, we wanted to have light. I thank God that I have this son, our little boy. Gives me the strength to carry on. I'm optimistic because it's happened. I can't go back. I have to wake up and get over it. As a Muslim, as a religious person, as people, it is our duty to save anyone who is in danger. It doesn't matter if they're Jewish, they're Druze, they're Muslim. Hope that we will understand that we must walk together, all of us together. I feel like I'm living in two parallel lines. On the one hand, I want to be in great joy. At the same time, there's crazy pain. And I realize that you can live on both channels at the same time. I always have a butterfly every Friday. Even in hospitals, when I'm hospitalized, a butterfly comes and sits on my windowsill.
וכעת דבר ראש הממשלה,
And now the Prime Minister will address us, MK Benjamin Netanyahu.
Citizens of Israel, a year ago, October 7, we were all fell into a fateful time. That day of the holiday is going to be inscribed in our history as a day of pain and loss of sadness. That day, the monsters of Hamas stormed our settlements. Our brothers and sisters are so dear to us. They kidnapped babies, women, elders. They tortured, they injured, they raped. The memory of our fallen and our heroes, soldiers, and the security forces are going to be in our heart forever. On October 7, we were falling into a fateful campaign, but we did not give up. We are the ones who are active, and as it happened quite a few times in our history, in the moments of difficulty, out of us burst huge forces. We stood up together in order to defend our country and state. We mobilized our spiritual forces. We defined the objectives of the war and we are materializing it, collapsing the Hamas, bringing all the hostages back, live and dead. This is a mission we will not abandon. The bringing back of all the evacuated people to their homes, all that we're doing out of mutual responsibility that is unparalleled in the world. We proved time and again, we are the people of eternity, a people who brought light to the world and wants to disseminate good. People like a lion. In every meeting of mine and my wife with the injured and the bereaved families, we hear the same message. We shouldn't stop the battle before their time. As long as the enemy threatens our peace, we continue to fight. As long as our hostages are in Gaza, we'll continue to fight. We're not going to give up one of them. I'm not going to give one of them. Until our citizens go home safely, we shall continue to fight. We'll continue to fight, and together we shall prevail. And we shall prevail not just for us, but for the future generations, the entire humanity. We're going to build in a bigger scope. We're going to hold to our roots and grow back the tree of life. To Deri, the mother of Saadia, who fell in battle, I will say, we don't have darkness. We see the light in the back. Even the mountain of sadness hides it. We as a people have to climb this mountain because the light is there. The direction is always upward to the light. Citizens of Israel, my dear brothers and sisters, the victory is the light. Victory ensures the eternity. October 7 will symbolize the price of our redemption, and it will show our determination and our strength. Together we shall continue to fight, and together with the help of God, we shall prevail. The people of Israel live. Am Yisrael Chai. It's a year that the lips and the heart sing in Hebrew and in other languages in communities over the world. And the idea is to tear the skies in order to bring back the hostages. It's a year that a lot of verses go mouths of everybody. A lot of candles are lit out of a great intention, because this is the way the Jewish people work, that when in sadness it also looks up to the sky and looks inwards, quietly, individually or in public, and asks and pleads with strength, take away all our toils and tribulations. Listen to our prayer. This is part of a prayer that we say on the day of Simchat Torah in the synagogue, that day that became from great happiness to a terrible sadness. Amir Dadon and Shuliran, together with the entire public, in a joint prayer. And I want to invite Mordechai Shevald. Please come and play with us on the violin, like his relative who served together with me. Mordechai, we love you.
גדולת ימיך, גדולת ימיך.
אמן שתפילותינו תעננה. חגית יסו, תושבת שדרות, ניצלה בנס בבוקר ה-7 באוקטובר. היא לא הצטרפה לחבריה לקבוצת הריצה ויצאה לרוץ לבד. באזור שער הנגב נתקלה במחבלים שצועקים ויורים לכל עבר. למזלה הם לא הבחינו בה. בהמשך היא מצאה מסתור בתחנת דלק וחייה ניצלו.
She found a hiding place in a gas station. And luckily she survived.
אחד השירים שהפך להמנון
One of the
החיילים
songs that has
והחברה
become
הישראלית
the anthem of soldiers and Israelis at
שגם
large
בשעות החשוכות של הלילה
is all about how even in the darkest hours of the night there will still be a star shining and lighting the way for us because good times are ahead.
שיחות עמוקות, שיחות על הנפש בלילה, להתמודד עם שינויים, ההרגלים הישנים, הנשמה במלחמה עם הקרמה.
עוד יבואו ימים טובים, אני מבטיח, עוד יבואו ימים טובים. גם בשעות החשוכות של הלילה תמיד יהיה כוכב קטן שיעיר לך את עצמך, את הדרך הביתה. תמיד זה הכי חשוך לפני הזריחה, מיליון רכבות דוהרות עד אוסטרליה, מחפש רחוק את מה שנמצא לך מתחת לאף, כל מכשול זה מדליה, קם ונופל אבל בדרך שלך.
להתמודד עם הפחדים, לקפוץ למים עמוקים, לשחות עד הסוף, להגיע לחוף עד הלילה, להאזין גם לשירים, כי זמרים הם הרופאים הכי טובים שיש למדע להציע. עוד יבואו ימים טובים, אני מבטיח.
עוד יבואו ימים טובים, גם בשעות החשוכות של הלילה תמיד יהיה כוכב קטן שיעיר לך את עצמך, את הדרך הביתה, תמיד זה הכי חשוך לפני הזריחה. מיליון רכבות דוהרות עד אוסטרליה, מחפש רחוק את מה שנמצא לך מתחת לאף, כל מכשול זה מדליה, קם ונופל אבל בדרך שלך. גם בשעות החשוכות של הלילה תמיד יהיה כוכב קטן, תמיד זה הכי חשוב לפני הזריחה. מיליון רכבות דוהרות עד אוסטרליה, מתחת לאף, קם ונופל אבל בדרך שלך. גם בשעות החשוכות של הלילה תמיד יהיה כוכב קטן שיעיר לך את עצמך, את הדרך הביתה, תמיד זה הכי חשוך לפני הזריחה. מיליון רכבות דוהרות עד אוסטרליה, מחפש רחוק את מה שנמצא לך מתחת לאף, כל מכשול זה מדליה, קם ונופל אבל בדרך שלך.
לפני למעלה מעשור נפצע אנושות סרן זיו שילון בעת פעילות מבצעית ברצועת עזה. למרות שאיבד את שתי ידיו, המשיך לנהל את אירוע חילוצו מהשטח. שהתעורר לאחר מכן הבין כי מתנהל מאבק של רחמים. ואז הפך סביב לסמל של תקווה והחלמה ולאמונה גדולה, וניתן לצלוח כל קושי ואתגר.
hardship can be overcome. It was the longest and saddest year of my life, the lives of all of us. I can't believe that it's been a year and still our brothers and sisters are being held in captivity by a vicious enemy. 365 days. Many families cannot sleep peacefully, not even for a single night. A year in which not a single Israeli was asked, "How are you?" and said, "Fine," but apologized and felt that everything is far from being okay or fine. A year when we're continuing to fight on many fronts, where our warriors and soldiers are heroes and are showing us each and every day anew what it means to be strong. Loss is great. Break, crack is deep. This nation, wow, does this nation know how to win, to get up, to bandage our wounds and to rebuild. That's what we've done after every single one of our wars. We held our heads up high, we went out and fought with valor, and we defeated our enemies. We were able to do that because we were then, as we are today, united and full of faith. This nation that many of us have been enlisted and continue to get called to duty, the hundreds of reserve duty days away from home, because by doing so, an entire army of family members, fighters and warriors from home support them from the home front. A nation that so many of whom volunteer and give of themselves in the security forces, in the emergency services, in the medical and mental health services, in kitchens and war rooms, in giving loving kindness, in writing Torah scrolls for the dead and those who accompany our injured soldiers in hospitals. Even though we are still in the midst of this war, we can all know that we can overcome. We can prevail because hope is the wind beneath our wings. It is raising us throughout our historical journey all those years and has brought us back here, and it is the wind and spirit that is among us, the hope to be a free nation in our country. Hatikva, the Israeli national anthem.
The
ceremony is now over, the one that was taken in Ofakim to October 7th and the beginning of the war. It's been a year and we are still in the midst of a war fighting for our homes. And the security forces are deployed in the air, land and sea and are fighting with valor, with courage, with dedication, fighting the multi-frontal axis of evil, beginning from Iran. In these days, the 10 days of we are going to pray for the security forces. We will pray and will continue to act toward the return of the hostages, the strength in the bereaved families, the recovery of those who have been physically and mentally injured, the return of the displaced to their homes. May the one who makes peace will make peace for the entire nation, and will say amen.
All right. That is it in terms of the two ceremonies that were held on the eve of October 7th. The first ceremony that we watched was an alternative ceremony held by the families of the hostages and victims of October 7th. And the ceremony that we just witnessed right now was that of the state. We saw speeches from top Israeli political brass, including the Prime Minister and, of course, the Israeli President. You know, Kalev, I'd like to turn to you and kind of get your take on what some of the main differences were.
Well, first of all, there was some similarities. Obviously, we did hear, there was some overlap, of course. We did hear stories about October 7th, survivors of the Nova and of different battles also spoke. So there was some overlap, even some of the same singers we heard. Interestingly, those singers, people like Zahava Ben or Shuli Rand, are those that have fan bases that might tend to be more conservative.
Right.
Interesting that they appeared in both of these events. But I would think there was a fundamental difference between them. The first ceremony was about October 7th.
Right.
It was looking back at the tragedy of October 7th and dealing with that and processing it. I think there was more of an emphasis here on the battle ongoing battles since October 7th.
Right. I mean, the messaging was certainly
absolutely
different.
And you did see a lot more soldiers, people in uniform, speaking, even singing. We heard, I presume, a lot of the what we call the army entertainment groups. We heard the Prime Minister's speech, of course, with his talking about the need to achieve total victory over Hamas and Hezbollah, a very familiar theme with him. Even at the end there, the host spoke about the first reference to Iran that we heard and about the battle going on. So I think that was a real fundamental difference between these two ceremonies.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I'm also interested to hear your take on this, Ariel, because I do feel that kind of one of the main themes of the alternative ceremony was kind of this theme that we're not able to fully rehabilitate until there are answers to the questions as to how October 7th was allowed to happen in the first place, the military failures that took place, until our government takes responsibility, and of course until we see the 101 Israeli hostages still being held captive in Gaza returned home. Whereas it seemed like there was a perhaps stronger message of hope for the future in the state ceremony.
Look, in both ceremonies you had harrowing accounts of what happened and really heartbreaking stories and performances in both, and there are countless stories that have not yet been told. But if we look at perhaps the differences between the ceremonies, the second ceremony was kind of devoid of context. It was just, this tragedy happened and we're fighting. The first one raised the question, not only how did the worst tragedy happen, but what needs to be done, what can be fixed, the context of bringing back the hostages, of a commission of inquiry to get the answers as to why that happened. We didn't hear a single call for a commission of inquiry here. And I think also the size of the crowd, it's telling what the Israeli public picked. I think the Israeli public chose the first ceremony. You could see in the thousands that were in attendance in the crowd. You had a much smaller crowd in this ceremony because the sense was out the bat that this was going to be a more politicized ceremony, and the first one, or the families of the hostages and the bereaved families, they were fearful that this would become a politicized ceremony. The first one did not feel like that, even though there were some political statements. Ivri Lider had a painting on his shirt. But at the end of the day, you could see what ceremony the Israeli public chose. And by the side of the crowd, it was definitely.
Well, we should also note that the size of the crowd originally was anticipated to be in the tens of thousands at Park Hayakon, but because of the restrictions by Home Front Command, it was only limited to 2,000.
And interestingly, we saw very limited rocket fire throughout the ceremony. There were some sirens that went off in the north.
There were sirens in the north, but there was nothing like Tel Aviv. And of course, we did earlier in the day have a siren here. And thank God that that did not happen at this event. But again, also, we should note whether the people chose it. Certainly, Israel's top entertainers chose the first event to appear in. I mentioned there was an overlap from a few of the singers, but they were actually the only well-known, really well-known performers that performed in the second one. So that also
I mean, just something that I want to say, obviously, to our foreign viewers who are watching from abroad. Our focus on the fact that there were two different ceremonies may seem a little bit odd, right? We're not necessarily talking right now about Israel's impending retaliatory strike against Iran or the ongoing fighting in the north, but really kind of the overall messaging that we felt today from the Israeli public in watching these two ceremonies. Because I think all of us came into today not really knowing what to expect, because we still feel like we're in a state of grief and ongoing trauma. I mean, the war has not ended by any means.
The fact that we have two separate memorial ceremonies for the worst tragedy to befall the state of Israel shows that a large portion of the Israeli population still is very angry at leadership, the lack of responsibility, the lack of accountability, and this is how the Israeli public is showing that lack of faith in leadership, in the political leadership. And it's unfortunate that in the wake of this worst tragedy that hit the state of Israel, this is how it is trying to commemorate and pay respect to the fallen soldiers, the fallen civilians, the tragedy that happened. And at the end of the day, it's a very concerning and I would say even disappointing reality that there had to be two separate ceremonies. It is understandable that the fear of
Well, I also, none of us anticipated a year ago that on this day, the 1-year anniversary, we would not only still be in a conflict in Gaza, but that conflict would have intensified, certainly in the north of Israel, in Lebanon. You could say, argue in the West Bank.
And perhaps, obviously, the Israeli government right now was hoping that the successes, the so-called successes that we're seeing in Israel's escalation against Hezbollah and in terms of targeting Hezbollah leaders and the failure of Iran's ballistic missile attack would not necessarily cover up the reality of the failure on October 7th, but
I don't know
change
about
the perception.
The thing is, there's still no light at the end of the tunnel.
Right.
And we don't really see how this thing is going to be concluded, even though obviously Israel has had some tactical victories, especially in the north.
Yeah, I think Nitza Korngold, the mother of hostage Tal Shoam, she put it best, and you referenced what she said earlier, but I want to re-emphasize.
Yeah.
She said that there can be no rebirth for this country without the return of all 101 hostages.
No rehabilitation.
The open wound. And let's, of course, remember the residents returning to the north, the over 60,000 people. That does end the broadcast for this evening, but I will ask the viewers, you should stay tuned because we do have another special coming up where we bring you reports from the scenes of the October 7th tragedy.
Multiple specials.
Multiple specials coming up. So stay tuned for our special coverage on I24 News. And thank you for joining us.
Thanks for joining us.
Shalom. ¿Qué me trae por aquí? La necesidad impostergable de 600 millones de hispanoparlantes que ahora necesitan escuchar el mensaje judío e israelí en tiempos difíciles. ¿Cómo lograrlo? Cuento con ustedes para continuar llevando a lo más alto del mundo mediático una inquebrantable diplomacia pública al servicio de la verdad sin concesión alguna.
Want to stay on top of the news no matter where you are?
Introducing i24NEWS' brand new news website.
On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it.
So what are you waiting for? Download the i24NEWS app today.
This broadcast is brought to you by Israel Bonds, the most direct and impactful way to support Israel. Invest now at israelbonds.com. This broadcast is brought to you by Israel Bonds, the most direct and impactful way to support Israel. Invest now at israelbonds.com.
Welcome to this special broadcast on I24 News. I'm Caleb Ben David. This is the Re'im Rest Area. 1 year ago, this was the site of the Nova Music Festival on October 7th. And on that morning, thousands of young people were here at this site, listening to music, dancing, partying, enjoying themselves. When thousands of Hamas terrorists broke through the border fence of the Gaza Strip in what was the biggest invasion of Israel since the 1948 War of Independence. It was a day of terror and carnage throughout this area of Israel. Over 1,180 people were killed, 250 people taken hostage, of which some 100 still remain in Gaza. Nowhere was it worse than here in the Nova Music Festival, where over 350 people were killed and hundreds more injured, scarred for life. During the next hour on this special, we're going to take you to some of the locations where the battles of October 7th were fought. We're going to be there with the people who experienced that day, and we'll present you these stories on this special anniversary, 1 year anniversary of the October 7th attack. And we're going to begin here at the site of the Nova Music Festival. We are here with Gal Gilboa Dalal, a survivor of the Nova Festival massacre. Unfortunately, his brother was kidnapped that day, and Guy Gilboa Dalal is still held hostage in the Gaza Strip. But Gal, tell us about your experience here at the festival. You arrived quite late, just really just about the time that the attacks began.
Yes, no, it was my brother's first ever spiritual festival, and he really wanted me to come and be part of his experience, and I wanted to come and watch over him, to see that he's having a good time. He and his friends, they arrived here, I think like at 2 a.m., and I was communicating with him, like, see, where should I come? Because, until the main stage was opened and everything started. So I arrived here around 6 a.m. 6 a.m. was the time I was in the festival already. My brother, he waited for me at the entrance. He hugged me, he kissed me. He told me how much he's happy that I arrived. He took me to where he and his friends camped. And he wanted me to go to the dance floor with him. He was so happy, they all were so happy. It was really a magical moment to see them there. I think that I told him to let me settle my things, wait a few minutes and I will come and join you. But I didn't really have time. 15 minutes later, the alarms already started. And once the alarm started, everyone were kind of confused, and we could see the missiles.
You thought it was, at that point, it was just a rocket attack. You had no idea that just seconds later, the Hamas terrorists would be invading this area.
Of course, in Israel, we kind of get used to it. We know about rockets attack. It happens a lot here. We used to hear the alarms and go to take shelter. Only this time we didn't have any shelter next to us. So the police officers that were here, they told people to either take cover or to start get out of here. And we decided that we should just leave as soon as we can. So we packed everything and put it in our cars. And a moment before we left, I asked my brother if he wanted to come back with me in my car, because me and his friends, we all decided that we'll go back to my apartment. So I asked him if he wanted to join me in my car, and he hesitated and he wanted to, and he told me that he really wants to, but he don't want his friends to feel like he left them.
Now, he stayed with his friends, Ron Tzafati, Eden Haramati, the people he had come with the festival here. Here we have memorial signs for him. Let's talk about what what happened to them and your brother on that day, from that moment forward.
My brother, when he told me that he wanted to go to this festival, as I said, it was his first ever festival. The first thing I asked him is, who you're going to go with? And he told me that it's Ron Tzafati, Eden Haramati, and Aviatar David. And all of them are the greatest people I know. I mean, they are such good spirits, such a good soul. I love them so much, and I told him that they are the best people to go with to these kind of festivals. They had such a good vibe, and you know, Ron Tsarfati and Idan Aramati, they became a couple just a week before the festival. They were such in love, and they had a way to spread it out. You could really get caught in their energies. Both of them, Idan and Ron, they both were murdered.
Gal, I wonder if you replay that moment in your mind. Your brother decided to stay with his friends, not to abandon them, as it were. Had he gone with the car with you, he might have been saved.
You know, I think about it so many times, and you know, I don't feel guilty about it.
And there's no reason you should.
I know. At the beginning, I was feeling guilty because I was thinking about how didn't I take him with me anyway. But in the end, you know, I know my brother. He came there with his friends, and he will live with his friends. He won't leave them. And that's one thing that's so great about him. He's loyal, and it was kind of obvious for me, even when I asked him if he wanted to come with me, that in the end he will go with his friends. I wanted him to come with me, but I also knew that I'm going to meet him like in a half hour at my home. So I didn't think that, you know, I won't see him a year after. No one knew what's going to happen. And as I said before, when you hear the rockets in Israel, you think about rocket attack. So all we could think about is get out as soon as we can. Now, because we didn't park next to each other and everyone were trying to get on the same time, when the shooting started, I wasn't near them at all. They were still near this area of the festival, and I was after the main road, where the open fields are.
You started to drive away from the festival. What happened to you then?
So at the beginning, when we got out of here, we just like slowly drove towards the exit. After 30-40 minutes of waiting in the traffic, the shooting started, a massive round of shooting started, and it came from everywhere. It came from all around us. I was in my car after the main road where the open fields are, and I couldn't keep driving because everyone was getting out of their cars, so I was surrounded by empty cars. So I got out of my car, and I started to run, not to the direction of the open fields, but to the other direction. There was a cliff that I could go down to a wadi. So that's what I did. I went down to the wadi with a group of, I think like it was 20 Israelis at this point, 20 people from the festival. And the first thing I did was calling my brother. And the guy, he didn't answer me. But Ron, she called me back. And she told me that they are taking cover and that they are next to a force of 4 cops, and that there are fire exchanges between the terrorists and the cops. And so I told them the most reasonable things to say. You know, I told them stay hidden, stay as close as you can to our forces, and let me know if anything happens. Keep me updated. And I haven't finished speaking with them, and people will start running in my direction. Some of them were already covered with blood. They were all yelling that the terrorists are closing on us and that we should keep going. We start running farther into the wadi. Now I have a picture that you can see us running in the wadi and the cars getting all smoked because they shot RPGs where we were.
What happened after you managed to get into this sort of wadi, this sort of little depression there that gave you some cover?
We actually ran farther into it until we could find a better place to hide. Now, because of the shooting came from above us, we were on a lower ground. We heard it as a surround, but we could tell that we get farther from it. So we stayed in the place where we could find a good place to hide. And once again, the first thing I did was calling my brother. But he and his friends didn't answer anymore. That was the time when I started being really freaked out. I think I was okay by this time, but once they stopped answering, I understand that something happened, and you know, that was just the most horrible moments of my life, I think.
Right.
I felt so helpless, and I couldn't go back to him because, you know, there was shooting all around me, and and my parents start calling me and asking me about my brother, and all I could tell them is that I'm there also, and I have no way to reach him. So, you know,
how long was it till you were rescued?
9.5 hours, I think. Almost 10 hours until I was rescued from there.
So you were outside there, hiding in that area?
Hiding and running and hiding and running.
Right.
You know, there was at a point at that cover that we heard a tank and then automatic shooting, and we thought that maybe it's our forces, maybe something happens, and then people started to run in our direction again, start telling us that they took over a tank with terrorists and that they're on the way to us, and we start moving again. At one point we arrived to a crossroads, and most of the group wanted to keep going to the nearest kibbutz. It was Patish. We were at Patish Vadi. Now I know, I didn't know it then. And I decided that I'm not going to join them because I felt that there are so many terrorists around us that they could probably find us on the way, so it would be better to just hide. Right. So I stayed with a group of 5 people, and we hide in another place. And we start sending our locations to everyone we knew. Someone from the group knew a police officer that his team was around, and they were able to locate us. It was, I think, 2 p.m. when they arrived to our location, and while they're still taking cover so we can run into the cars, they just drove out of there. On my way out, you know, I was sitting next to the driver, so I could see everything. I saw so many bodies and burnt cars and such awful things. And you know, I asked him what it took you so long, and the police officer told me that he just lost all his friends. Wow. And, you know, I had nothing to say to him. And when we got to the police station, it was, I think, also one of the most awful moments I ever experienced. So many people that lost friends and family, they were all crying. People that lost some of their parts. And I called my father, and he sounded broken. He told me that I need to go home as soon as I can. So I asked him, look, if something happened to my brother, you need to tell me.
Right, now here, there is a poster here of your brother. What do you know about what happened to your brother that day and since?
Yes. So it took me a while to get all the pieces together. But after asking and speaking with people that were there also, I have a pretty good idea of what happened. I know that my brother and his friends ran from this area back to their car, were able to drive and get with their cars after the main road, kind of like where I got with my car. That's where they left their car and start running. Now I understood that they ran through the open fields. There's a video that you can see a lot of people from the festival running. That's where they ran. And I know that they helped people that freezed to get up and start running until they couldn't anymore because the terrorists start shooting on them. And I think that this is the place where he and Evyatar lost Ron and Idan.
Right.
Because we know for sure that afterwards Idan and Ron still sent a photo to their parents, but without Guy and Evyatar. And then I learned that Guy and Evyatar reached to the main road,
right,
and hide there, right, under a bush,
right,
with 3 other Israeli from the festival. One of them is Almog that returned.
Right.
So that's what Almog told me. They stayed there and hide for about an hour. Heard like hundreds of terrorists above them, shootings, killings, everything. They just stayed hidden until one terrorist saw them, and then terrorists came to them, cuffed them, put a blanket on their eyes, and put them on the truck.
Right, and brought them into Gaza. And you have had some indication, signs of life of your brother still there in Gaza since?
First of all, what we have is the videos. We don't really have any other information. Right. But in the videos, you can see the whole kidnapping. You can see them take him to the truck, put them on the truck, take him to probably a tunnel, and take a video of all the of 5 Israelis. One of them is my brother.
Right.
Now Hamas, they kidnapped him at 9:30 a.m. They posted the video at 11:30 a.m. I was out of there only at 2 p.m., which means that my friends and my family and everyone knows that my brother was kidnapped, but no one tells me, so I can focus on saving my own life. So I only learned about that he was kidnapped 2.5 hours after the video was posted. 4.5 hours after he was actually kidnapped. And I was trying to call him the whole time, you know, even when I was out of there and like I was looking at burned bodies and burned cars, I just couldn't stop calling him, tried to call him again, even though I knew that he hasn't had his cell phone on.
Right. Let me ask you now, it's 1 year since the Nova Festival massacre, how it feels to come back to this site and how you have, in a way, coped with what you and your family and what so many others I'm sure you know have experienced.
It's always hard to come here. Of course, it brings a lot of memories, but I think that this is the first time I'm here, and these places look very similar to what it looks at the Nova. Because after I came back here at the first time, everything was green, everything regrew. It felt like time keep moving.
Moved on.
Yeah, it was crazy. It just was so hard to get that this is the same place, but now it looks exactly the same. And you know, since then this place became some kind of a memorial place. You could see all the signs of the kidnapped person and the people that were murdered. And you could see a lot of families that miss their loved ones and come here to talk about them and to tell about them. And you could see people that come here because they want to also experience and feel some of the connection to these people. I think that it's both beautiful and awful.
I know, beautiful and awful. And let me finally just ask you about your brother, your hopes. What is the message that you have for Israel on this 1 year anniversary, your brother still being in Gaza, and of course the world?
My message was always to the world. My message was always to everyone who has everyone who has some influence or more influence, everyone who can help in a way to put more pressure, especially on Hamas, to go for a deal that will return them and will stop everything that happens in the Middle East. I feel like this war took too much from both sides. I think that the world needs to understand that we're dealing with a terror organization that wants to see the Middle East burned. We are fighting here for our lives while they're fighting for our deaths. I don't think that there's too much that my country, my government can do. There's only as much as they can do. But even now, a year later, you could see that even the deals that were agreed by the UN and by United States and by Israel and even by Hamas, in the end, those deals were we didn't get the deal, and it's all because that Hamas playing this psychological game on us. You know, he's asking the hostages. He's filming the hostages, asking our people to go onto the street, and it's just tear us apart from the inside. I think that people just had enough. I can understand the people that going to the streets and protesting, but I feel that it doesn't help us right now. I feel that the world needs to understand that only once the hostages will return, we could really have a real peace. We can have a real ceasefire. We can really start the healing. I'm reliving this day. I'm living the Nova daily. I feel like it was yesterday, and I feel like it was years ago. And really, to start any healing process, we need to have the hostages back. You know, if I wasn't so optimistic about seeing my brother again, and that he's still alive. I'm 100% sure that he is. I can feel it in my heart. And I miss him so much, and I would do anything to have him back. I would never stop fighting for him. But I'm also a simple man. I'm against any war, and I'm against boundaries. I'm against religions. I'm all about people, and I see people as people, and you know, I think that the Palestinians, the people, the citizens of Gaza, they are suffering from Hamas just as much as us, and even more. The world need to understand that terror is something that need to be that people need to be against terror in all these kinds, in all these forms, and only with the help of the world, with the pressure of the world, we could really bring them back and have a real ceasefire. I think that without it, I don't see any future. That makes me really sad.
Gal Gilboa Dalal, first of all, most of all, we wish that you are reunited with your brother Guy, who returns home safe and sound as soon as possible with all of the hostages. And we thank you so much for joining us and sharing your memories of that terrible day 1 year ago on October 7th. Thank you so much.
Thank you for telling the story.
Another site of tragedy and terror on October 7th was Kibbutz Be'eri, one of the hardest hit communities. Nicole Tzedek returned to Kibbutz Be'eri to meet up with survivors of that terrible day. Let's take a look at the report that Nicole prepared.
I remember everything. I remember the kitchen over there, the couches, like the living room over here.
1 year later, and it's the small remnants of life that stand out in Kibbutz Be'eri.
And this was all of her plates.
These are her plates. They're still here.
Corning plates. You know that? They say that they can't break. Well, they can melt.
Turns out everything in this house can melt, including the so-called safe room. So if you were to come back and rebuild and have shelters, what would a shelter need in hindsight?
Well, in hindsight, it needed a really big metal, like a real shelter door, like a bomb shelter door. Towards the future, we hope that we won't need any safe rooms to hide from rockets or terrorists.
A bright message coming from Dotan Nave, who grew up in Kibbutz Be'eri. He still remembers a time when his community didn't need to shelter from rockets.
Past 20 or 30 years, the escalation of what happened in Gaza is really, I mean, it's really hard for me to accept, because I remember times that were better, and I remember from my grandma and my father, they told me all the time about how they would go to Gaza for to go to the market.
A reality he's not sure will ever come back. You've talked about this feeling of coexistence, this feeling of peace, all of the kibbutznikim down here.
Yeah.
Do you still have that hope and that feeling, or has it changed?
It's changed a lot, because we can't really trust the people of Gaza anymore. It's clear. And I'm still I gotta hold on to hope for something, because I know that nobody's going anywhere. But it's really hard to trust someone who supports what's been done here.
On October 7th, roughly 340 Hamas terrorists rampaged Kibbutz Be'eri.
Where they were everywhere, all over the kibbutz. We turned off the lights in the house and everything, and just stayed in darkness for 19 hours.
Dotan and his wife hid in their safe room until the military finally arrived around 2 a.m. and started evacuating residents.
Eventually we got out, and first thing I did was try to see what happened to my father, because we were disconnected from the morning.
Dotan's 76-year-old father, Mordechai Nave, left his home to check on his partner, Yona Freaker, who couldn't close her shelter door. But on the way, he was shot and hid inside this construction site.
You can see the blood on the walls here. That's probably my father's blood. They say that he didn't die from this wound. so we know for a fact that he probably didn't die here. The terrorists probably took him out, and they did what they did to a lot of the kibbutz members. They took him out, walked him somewhere, and then shot him.
101 Be'eri residents were murdered that day, and 32 taken hostage.
Our family was so deeply impacted and broken apart. 12 people were affected in my family. 9 were kidnapped, 3 were murdered.
10 Be'eri residents are still captive in Gaza 1 year later, including Yuval Haran's brother-in-law, Tal Shoam.
So we had to put the people that were murdered, bury it deep inside, and believe that we can save the people we can save.
Yuval still hasn't been able to mourn his loved ones, as his focus remains on getting the hostages back home.
Our life is frozen on October 7th. Because everyone started talking about politics again. In Israel, if it's right or left wing. In the world, people started talking about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and people are forgetting that human beings were taken with their children, with no way of defending themselves in their pajamas, and they're still over there.
For now, the community has relocated to Kibbutz Chatzarim, about 18 miles to the southwest. But Dotan isn't sure if he'll ever be able to come back to Be'eri.
Do you want to come back here someday?
We haven't decided yet because, we still don't know what's the result of the situation going to be, and we have time to think about it while we're in Chatzarim for a few years until they rebuild Be'eri. As long as the terrorists are occupied with the IDF, they won't come back here again. Once the IDF leaves Gaza, we don't really know what could happen.
1 year later, and no feeling of closure, as the scars of that Black Saturday are still visible in every corner of Kibbutz Be'eri.
There's a lot of houses there with all the burn marks, and it's like nothing has really changed a lot. I mean, they did clear a few of the houses that were destroyed, but it still feels like we're at October 10th.
A community frozen in time for a full year. Reporting in Kibbutz Be'eri, Nicole Zedek, i24NEWS.
We are here at the Shor HaNegev Junction, one of the busiest intersections here in the Gaza border area. On October 7th, this junction became a battleground between the Hamas terrorists and the IDF forces and police officers who came to fight it. You can still see on the wall of this shelter area the bullet holes left from that battle and that massacre from 1 year ago. Among the first people to arrive at the scene here were the volunteers of Hatzalah. That is a volunteer first responders service here in Israel. And with us is one of the volunteers from Hatzalah who was here that day, Chezi Rosenbaum. Chezi, talk to us about how you got here on the morning of October 7th.
So basically I live in Kiryat Malachi, which is 20 minutes away from here. I get a call basically telling me, bring all equipment you have in the city and come down towards Sderot. So we brought it, we opened up not too far away from here. We opened up a headquarters, like a triage that for wounded people. And basically because I'm armed, I was told, let's go check the area and see what's happening. We knew there's shooting in Sderot. We knew there's shooting in Ofakim, but we didn't know what's happening around the cities. We're not too far away from Sderot. So basically we came from that road, we drove down, we made a right, and when we made the right over there, we started seeing what happened here. And this junction is really where everything started for me. And
Well, what did you see when you got
here? For many others, yeah. There are cars, some of them were burned, some of them were this like the motor is still running. There were some of them bodies inside the cars, some of the bodies on the roads here around. There were sirens all the time. If you see here the shelter right here, so there's the siren, and when there's a siren in, we always run to the shelter. We ran to the shelter right here, and there were 2 bodies that were blown up with grenades right here in this shelter. Basically we started checking, going through the bodies and see if there's anything we can save. While we're here, my friend that was with me, David Bader, he opened up a Zoom call with the headquarters of Hatzalah saying, listen, this is something much, much bigger than we ever have seen. And he started showing them on a Zoom video, basically showing them so many bodies. There are tens of bodies in this, some of them in the cars, like I said, some on the floor, some burned, terrorist cars, RPG, grenades. It looked like a scene from a movie, this junction here. So minutes later, an army truck pulls over because we had a Hatzalah ambulance. He pulled over and he stopped right here, and he said, open up the doors, we have a wounded soldier. We opened up the doors, we take out the bed, we get our first wounded soldier. He had a bullet hole in his head. He was still bleeding. No bandage on it. Of course, we put the bandage and we put him into the ambulance. And my friend, I told him he was driving. I said, check with the headquarters, where are we bringing him? We were told that the closest medic waiting for us is in Sderot. Even though we knew the shooting in Sderot, it's like 2 minutes away. We make a left and a right and we're in Sderot. We decided to go into Sderot with the wounded and give him over to the medics. While we went in, that was the first time we got shot at in Sderot.
Well, let me ask you about that, because this was still a battlefield during that whole time. How concerned were you there as someone who was a non-combatant trying to cope with the situation, a war situation, while you're trying to save lives?
So there wasn't fear. Again, I can speak for myself. I did not feel. There was maybe one part of the day that we're in Kfar Aza, in the entrance of Kfar Aza, that I felt fear. It was more we're acting like we knew what we need to do, we knew what we have to do, and basically that was transporting all the wounded people to the hospitals, to the helicopters, to the triage that Hatzalah opened up in Cheletz, and we were just acting like robots. There wasn't too much emotions. Of course, you know, afterwards everything gets back to us. But I'm talking about the same day, we're this like doing what we need to do.
Chezi, many of the wounded here were people, for example, young people fleeing the Nova Music Festival, also from some of the kibbutzim, the communities in the nearby area. What were you thinking when you looked at them? I mean, do you have any sense, for example, that there had been this major event for young people in the area, and that's why this area in particular was so crowded with bodies?
So that time of the morning, we did not understand exactly. We didn't even know about the festival. That came a little later, the understanding. What we saw is a junction full of bodies. That's what we saw. Burned cars, some of them not burned people, blown up people in the shelter, like we said earlier. We didn't understand what we're in. We knew it's something much, much bigger than we ever seen in the past, but we did not understand that how big it is.
What do you take from all those experiences about where the country is, about the fact that even now as I'm talking to you, we can hear the booms? These are Israeli artillery and weapons now, not Hamas weapons, but we can still hear them close by. This battle is still going on. It's moved to other fronts as well. What do you take from all of that 1 year later?
So I don't look at it as the big picture like this. It wasn't a big day of the country. It wasn't a big day of the army. It was a big day of individuals. Guys like Hatzalah, guys like police officers that gave up their life. I remember the fire department chief, his body was one of the first bodies that I saw here. He had one bullet in the head, and he was one of the first bodies here in this junction. So these people, individuals, soldiers that left their house with their neck, they didn't go to the unit. They came with their weapon and tried to defend, and they saved many, many, many thousands of lives. So those are really the heroes, the people that gave up their lives, the people that left everything they had. No one called them to do that, and they came to defend the country and the people of the country. So I don't look at it as the big, it wasn't a big day of the Israeli Defense Force. But from there, I think we learned a lesson, and I hope this will never happen again.
Chezi Rosenbaum, you also were among those that saved lives that day on October 7th. Thank you for sharing with us your memories of that terrible day with i24NEWS. Among the many fatalities that day on October 7th were the soldiers, the police officers, the border police officers who lost their lives combating the Hamas terrorists who had crossed over from the Gaza Strip. A year on, their spouses, their widows are still coping with the loss of their loved ones. In this special report prepared by our i24NEWS Hebrew channel.
הוא היה אומר לי, אם למות, אז לפחות שהצלתי אנשים.
בזכות הגבורה שלו, הוא השפיע רבות על הלחימה שאחר כך שהייתה באותו אזור.
רועי נהרג גיבור. הוא ומי שהגיע אחריו מנעו אסון הרבה יותר גדול שיכול לקרות.
מה את רוצה?
יד. אנחנו... יודעת, אני במעברים מה...
אז אל תוציא אותי כזאת רשמית. זה מטורף שהם נקברו אחד ליד השני, כאילו.
מה זאת אומרת נקברו אחד ליד השני? זה
צמודים? הם קבורים בהר הרצל אחד ליד השני.
כן, צמודים אחד לשני בהר הרצל.
וואו.
אני כל שנה ביום הזיכרון עלה להר הרצל.
מתקפת הטרור של 7 באוקטובר גבתה מצה"ל מחיר חסר תקדים. לא רק בכמות ההרוגים והחטופים, אלא גם בדרגתם. בתוך יממה נפלו 4 קצינים בכירים בדרגת אלוף משנה. על אף שחלקם הכירו זה את זה היטב, עבור האלמנות של 3 מהם זאת תהיה הפעם הראשונה שבה הן נפגשות לדבר על השנה הקשה בחייהן.
עברתי למצב של לא לחיות את האבל ביום-יום. בחודשים הראשונים זה כל הזמן היה נוכח, כלומר הייתי ממש, כאילו ליאון ואני היינו דמות אחת. הייתי הולכת וכאילו רואה את העולם גם דרך המבט שלו.
אני דווקא מרגישה שהוא נכנס בתוכי. לא שעכשיו אנחנו הולכים אחד ליד השני, אלא עכשיו הוא ממש בתוכי.
אני בין להגיד תודה על זה שיש לי 3 ילדים ושיש לי משפחה, וזה כל כך מה שרציתי. ועל הזמן שהיה עם רועי, שאולי הוא פחות כמותית מהזמן שהיה לכם, אבל הוא שם אהבה ענקית, ולא דמיינתי שנמצא כזאת אהבה. ומול זה שהילדים שלי כל כך קטנים והם לא מופנמים בו. שם זה פוגש אותי.
שהם מגיעים לדרגה מסוימת, וכאילו חושבים, טוב, הם באמת, הם קצת מאחורה, הם פחות מקדימה, הם פחות בפרונט, וכאילו יש איזשהו התעמעמות של העצבים. בכל אופן, אני ככה חושבת שאני אמרתי, אוקיי, אבל הוא לא יהיה ממש מקדימה, כאילו, לא, יש חיילים עוד, יש עוד מפקדים מתחתם,
הוא מחט, הוא כאילו הוא לא בחוד, הוא מנהל את הלחימה. ומצד שני, אני כן זוכרת שרגע לפני שהוא יצא, אמרתי לו, רועי, אל תהיה גולנצ'יק. כאילו, אל תסתער כאילו בלי לחשוב ובלי זה, והוא כאילו כעס עליי, הוא אמר לי, די, אלי. כאילו, למה את אומרת? ברור שלא.
האמת שהוא לא תכנן להיות כל כך הרבה שנים בקבע. חברים שלו היו צוחקים עליו בהתחלה, אני רק יוצא לקורס מקים ומשתחרר, רק יוצא לקורס קצינים ומשתחרר. ובסוף הוא מצא את מקומו בעולם הצבא.
יונתן שטיינברג, מפקד חטיבת הנחל, היה בבית בקיבוץ שומריה בבוקר שמחת תורה. כשהדיווחים הראשונים הגיעו, הוא מיהר לזנק לאזור העוטף, משאיר בבית את עסקה ואת 6 ילדיהם, הבכורה בת 18 והקטן בן 6.
כשחברים טובים הכירו בינינו, לא חשבתי שזה משהו שמתאים לי. לא חשבתי שהכיוון שלי הוא צבא. זה משהו שבנינו אותו ממש ביחד. איש משפחה, עליו שהוא איש צבא, איש שנוכח מאוד בכל מה שקורה בבית, גם כשהוא לא בבית, הוא שותף פעיל, מלא.
רועי לוי, מפקד היחידה הרב-ממדית, הכיר את יעל שעובדת כפסיכולוגית ארגונית בצבא לפני קצת פחות מעשור. השניים הכירו כשיעל עבדה כיועצת בבה"ד 1, ורועי קיבל את הפיקוד על יחידת אגוז. לשניהם זה היה סיבוב שני. הם התחתנו והספיקו להביא לעולם 2 ילדים משותפים.
רועי ואני בעצם הקמנו משפחה חדשה, שזה אירוע מורכב מאוד, מאתגר, עם הרבה עליות וירידות. אני חושבת שבהרבה מאוד מובנים, בזכותו זה יתממש, כי אין דבר שהוא לא אפשרי מבחינתו.
בזמן שיונתן ורועי, כמו גם מפקד החטיבה הדרומית, אלוף משנה אסף חממי שנפל אף הוא בקרבות, היו בשירות קבע. ליאון בר פשט מדים לפני קצת פחות מעשור, אחרי שנים של שירות בחטיבת הצנחנים ובאוגדת יהודה ושומרון.
ליאון ואני היינו ביחד 27 שנים, מתוכן נשואים 25 שנה. כשהחלטנו להתחתן, אז הוא אמר לי, ואת יודעת, עינת, זה חיים מאוד מאתגרים. את הולכת לחיות איתי, אני הולך לשרת 25 שנים, ואני הולך להשתחרר בדרגת אלוף משנה. הוא השתחרר ב-2015, ובעצם זה היה השלב שלנו, של לקצור את הפירות של העבודה הקשה שלנו במשך כל השנים, וככה להמשיך לחיות ביחד כשהילדים גדלים ולהגשים חלומות.
בשעה 6:30 בבוקר מתקפת רקטות מרצועת עזה לעבר ישראל מהדרום ועד המרכז. לצד זאת חדרו עשרות, אולי מאות מחבלים לשטח ישראל.
יוני בבוקר שמחת תורה עושה כמה טלפונים, אני מתעוררת לטלפונים האלה, רואה אותו תוך כדי טלפונים, מחליף לחולצה לגופייה ירוקה. אני שואלת אותו, לא הבנתי, אתה נוסע? והוא אומר לי, כן, הפתיעו אותנו, בלגן שלם, והחיילים שלי שם, אני נוסע אליהם, והוא נוסע.
גם הוא התעורר לטלפון של הקצינת מודיעין, של היחידה, שהתקנה אותו שהייתה חדירה, מחבלים. הוא יצא ישר, אפילו לא נשאר שנייה לקפה של שבת בבוקר וזה.
כמה דקות ל8, הבן שלי האמצעי בא אליי, אומר לי, רץ אליי למטה, אומר לי, אמא, אבא עלה על מדים ויצא. אני מתקשרת אליו, הוא עונה לי, אני שואלת אותו, מה אתה עושה? הוא אומר לי, עינת, אני לא יכול לשבת מהצד, אני לא יכול לשבת בבית, אני נוסע. ב-8:50 הוא כבר שלח לנו את התמונה הראשונה מסדרות.
תודה רבה כפרה. יאללה, תצילו אותו.
חבר למקום כינוס כזה של מד"א, והתחיל לפנות פצועים ברכב הפרטי שלנו.
אני לא שומעת, אני אדבר איתך.
מתקשר אליי בפייסטיים עם מלא אנשים, 12, 14 אנשים בתוך האוטו, והוא אומר לי, עינת, תגידו שלום לאשתי, אשתי תכירי.
עינת, בזכות בעליך אנחנו כולנו פה ניצלנו, אנחנו ממש מודים לו ולך.
עזר לנו מאוד, הוא עזר לנו, הוא הציל אותנו באמת
את מצליחה לתקשר עם יוני באותו יום?
לא, אנחנו לא מפריעים ליוני. יוני נוסע לצבא, הוא עסוק במשימה שלו, זה לא זמן להפריע. אני כל אותו היום מחוברת רק לחדשות של היישוב ולעדכונים שמגיעים שם. אני אומרת, אנחנו שומרים שבת, אבל היום אני אומרת שהשבת שמרה עליי. כי זה שלא הייתי מחוברת, לא היה לי את הטרפת, לא יודע איזה מילה להגדיר, אבל שעבר על חברות שלי שחיכו להודעה. ודאגו, והיו בלחץ מה קורה עם האיש שלהם.
יש לי 3 בנים קטנים, ונמנעתי מלפתוח טלוויזיה וחדשות. התקשרתי לרועי והוא לא ענה, ואז שלחתי לו הודעה. ראיתי שהוא מחובר, אבל הוא לא ענה לי, והנחתי שהוא עסוק ושאין לו זמן לענות לי. וידעתי שרועי יענה כשהוא יתפנה.
לא דאגת באופן יוצא דופן באותו יום?
לא דאגתי, וגם לא הרגשתי שקורה משהו. וגם בלילה כשהתחברתי לטלוויזיה, אחרי שהילדים הלכו לישון, ורק הטלפונים המשיכו לזרום, ושכנים שככה מגיעים
כשלמעשה כבר רצו שמועות.
כן. והלכתי לישון, וכעבור שעה, פעמון הדלת צלצל. כאילו ירדתי ואמרו לי צבא, ואמרתי, רגע, אבל אם זה לא צבא, אם זה מחבל? ואז מהר התקשרתי לשכנה שלי, והיא אמרה לי, אל תפתחי. וכשהיא אמרה לי, תפתחי, וכאילו קלטתי שהיא אמרו צבא, וראיתי אותם, את ה3 עומדים, אני...
ישר הבנת?
כן, והם אומרים, אני לא זוכרת, שלא נתתי להם לדבר. כאילו, לא נתתי, אמרתי להם, כאילו, לא, כאילו, תלכו, לא, כאילו, כזה, כאילו...
מזדהה עם התיאור שלך אחר כך, שזה רגעים באמת מאוד קשים, וגם אמרתי להם, לא נכון, ולא נתתי להם לדבר, ואפשר להיכנס, לא, אי אפשר להיכנס. וכן, הילדים היו ושמעו, ודווקא בדבר הזה אני אומרת, תודה שהילדים היו סביבי ולא אני הייתי צריכה להודיע להם, לא יודעת איך עושים את זה. איך אתה מתווך לילדים שלך שאבא שלהם איננו.
הרגע הזה הוא רגע טראומטי. זה כאילו רגע הזה של כאילו רגע לפני הצפצוף בדלת זה לא קיים. ואז זה קיים ואי אפשר להחזיר את זה. כאילו הרגע הזה הוא נורא, הוא פשוט נורא.
בדיעבד התברר שב7 באוקטובר אלוף משנה יוני שטיינברג נהרג כבר ב8 בבוקר בהיתקלות עם 12 מחבלי נוח'בה, סמוך לצומת מעון. רועי לוי הגיע לקיבוץ רעים ב10:30 בבוקר, והספיק להילחם במחבלים ולשחרר עשרות צעירים שנמלטו ממסיבת הנובה, לפני שכדור פגע בליבו, והוא מת במקום.
איך סיפרת לילדים?
קודם כל באותו לילה הם התעוררו. יש לי 3 בנים, אחד בן 10, אחד בן 3 ובן שנה. וביקשתי לדבר עם אשת מקצוע שתנחה אותי מה אני אומרת להם. והנחו אותי להגיד בצורה ישירה, אבא נהרג, הוא לא יחזור, הוא מת. להגיד את המשפטים האלה. והקטן לא אמרתי כלום, והוא תוך יומיים הבנתי שהוא מבין הרבה יותר ממה שנדמה לי. ואמרתי לו שאבא לא יחזור. הוא התחיל לבכות, שזה היה ממש מפתיע.
אלוף משנה אלון בר חוזר ב8 באוקטובר פעם נוספת לפנות פצועים מהמסיבה. הפעם בנו הבכור עומר מצטרף אליו.
ב6 בבוקר הם כבר היו באזור של רעים, והם ראו שאנשים חיים, אין את מי להציל, יש רק גופות. הם היו כבר בדרך החוצה. הם ראו רכב משטרה, הפוך, ירוי. הם עצרו את הרכב על הדרך, וממש איך שהם ירדו מהרכב, היה שם מערב של מחבל שזרק עליהם רימון. הייתה מין שנייה כזאת שהם חשבו מה לעשות, ואז הם התפצלו, עומר רץ לכיוון הכביש, עם 2 קליעים, אחד בכל רגל. ליאון רץ לכיוון השדה, המחבל אחריו. עומר ראה את המחבל מעל ליאון, שמע את היריות, וליאון לא שרד. קיוויתי לאיזשהו נס, אמרתי אולי הוא נפצע רק קשה, אולי פינו אותו לסורוקה, אולי, לא יודעת. אבל מהרגע הראשון ידענו שאין לו סיכוי.
היה צו ראשון עכשיו לקטן שלך?
כן, הוא קיבל, הוא בסוף נובמבר. תגידי, וגם לך כל הזמן אומרים, אל תתני לו להתגייס לקרבי?
אמרו לי אמהות גם נוספות כמונו, שעכשיו אמרו לילדים שלהם שלא, לא בא בחשבון, ושילך לעשות משהו אחר.
נגיד, עידו כרגע מכוון ליחידת החילוץ, כאילו ל-669. למה? כי אבא הציל אנשים, ואני רוצה... עכשיו, יש מצב שהוא ימצא את עצמו בצנחנים, כמו שני האחים שלו, את יודעת, בסוף סגירת מעגל, אבל... כאילו, אני אומרת, דווקא עכשיו, אחרי האירוע, איך אני יכולה בכלל למנוע ממנו לתת מעצמו וללכת בעקבות אבא שלו? מצד שני, זה נורא נורא מפחיד, כן? כי כבר קרו מקרים שהמוות היכה פעמיים.
זה מה שעומד לנו בעורף, כאילו, נכון.
19 שנה, נשואה לאיש צבא, ופתאום אתה מוצא את עצמך באיזה חוסר כזה של רגע. אני צריך לחשב מסלול מחדש. מי אני עכשיו? מה אני עכשיו? מה השליחות שלי עכשיו? שאלו אותי מה ההבדל בין לפני חודש לעומת עכשיו. אז כן, אני מרגישה שהכאב הוא יותר בפנים, כבר יותר דייר קבע. כבר פחות אורח, פחות זר.
מאז 7 לאוקטובר נמתחה המון ביקורת על הצבא, על חוסר המוכנות של הדרג הבכיר, של המודיעין ובכלל. מה זה עושה לכם לשמוע את הביקורת הזאת?
אני מרגישה שבגלל שאני נשואה לאיש צבא, אני צבאית, אני לויאלית למערכת, יש לי אמון מלא בצבא. אם היה תחושה בעוטף שאיפה היה הצבא, אז הבעלים שלנו עם ההוכחה שהצבא היה והיה בדרך ונלחם.
אני גם צבאית, לא רק כי אני נשואה לאיש צבא, כי אני עובדת בצבא. כאילו באוטומט אני מרגישה צורך לגונן. כאילו הרגשתי שיש לי תפקיד להחזיר תקווה לאזרחים ולהגיד להם, יש על מי לסמוך. יש עוד מפקדים כמו רועי שמגיעים, שיודעים מה הם עושים.
אם אלוף משנה צריך לצאת לקרב ולהיות בחזית, אז כנראה באמת משהו ממש בסיסי לא עבד. ואנחנו יודעות את זה. יוצא לך לדבר איתו הרבה? ככה
לא יוצא לי בכלל. גם לא יצא לי לחלום עליו.
גם לי לא.
בא לי ממש שרק ייתן כיוון, כאילו, ייתן רמז. מה הוא חושב?
כלומר, יצא לי לחלום חלומות שהוא נוכח, כמו עוד מישהו בבית. אבל נורא רציתי שהוא יבוא ויגיד לי משהו, עם איזשהו מסר, עם איזושהי אמירה, כלום. לך יצא?
אז אני כן חולמת. גם יש בי רצון מאוד לשיח על המצב, גם כמו שאת אומרת, תגיד לנו רגע מה קורה פה ומה אתה חושב על זה ומה היית עושה, וזו סוגיה החלומות האלה.
העובדה שהוא מת כגיבור, שהציל עשרות אנשים, נותנת נחמה?
עכשיו כן. כלומר, אני חייבת להגיד שבתחילת הדרך, זאת אומרת, כשהוא נהרג, ואנשים באו אליי ואמרו לי, הוא גיבור? איזה גיבור הוא? זה לא עניין אותי. כלומר, זה התעצבנתי בתוך תוכי. כלומר, נורא שמחתי בשבילם, אבל אמרתי לעזאזל, אני רציתי אותו בבית, לא רציתי גיבור. אבל זה הוא. זה פשוט הוא. הוא לא יכול היה אחרת.
איך מתמודדים עם השכול?
אנחנו עושים פעולות של חיים. פעולות של חיים כדי להיות עסוקים בחיים. אז היום אני יודעת להגיד לצערי שזה נראה לי חיים של שכול. הסירוגין הזה בין ההיעדר והחיים בערבוביה, והחיים שבתוך ההיעדר, שצומחים מתוך ההיעדר.
נזכרתי שאת שאלת איך נראים החיים אחרי 7 באוקטובר. והתחשק להגיד שבמובנים מסוימים הדברים שלא השתנו, העבודה, השגרה, כאילו אז הכל נראה מאוד דומה, ושום דבר הוא לא אותו דבר, כאילו משהו בפלייבר. כאילו הכל מאוד ליד. אבל הצבע, הטעם, התבלין, אז הכל שם והכל בסדר, אבל הכל פרווה. וחסר לי להרגיש את ההתרגשות, את הטעם הזה של החיים.
Shalom. ¿Qué me trae por aquí? La necesidad impostergable de 600 millones de hispanoparlantes que ahora necesitan escuchar el mensaje judío e israelí en tiempos difíciles. ¿Cómo lograrlo? Cuento con ustedes para continuar llevando a lo más alto del mundo mediático una inquebrantable diplomacia pública al servicio de la verdad sin concesión alguna.
Want to stay on top of the news no matter where you are?
Introducing i24NEWS' brand new news website.
On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it.
So what are you waiting for? Download the i24NEWS app today.
This broadcast is brought to you by Israel Bonds, the most direct and impactful way to support Israel. Invest now at IsraelBonds.com.